Systems rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see.
Okay. And we are off the record. You're not filming. Okay. Off the record. Thank you. Thank you. Are you going to be our cameraman?
No, he's on his way.
Okay.
There's a window.
Okay. We got defendants ready.
My client's dressed.
Your client dressed, Mr. Clegg?
I hope so, Judge.
So Walker versus the state is basically reiterating the fact that that first offender sentence should not have come into evidence. Under the court's order that was stamped in 10/5 of 2023, where the court addressed the admission of certain things outside of tattoos and text messages, things like that, specific to Mr. Hulie on page 2, evidence of 3 separate automobile thefts attributed to him shall be admissible. In looking at the
I'm sorry, it's admitted.
I'm sorry,
The order says admitted as opposed to admissible.
oh, yes, is admitted. Also under 1615.9, when it's talking about the commission of offenses that are admissible as evidence to help show a criminal street gang, it does say that the commission, which arguably we had here by the witnesses that testified, adjudication or conviction of those offenses. A first offender disposition is none of those. Not only was it admitted into evidence, Your Honor, it was actually published to the jury. So the jury at this time has been able to see the whole first offender sentence. There has been no evidence to the contrary that was ever revoked by a judge that issued the sentence or one sitting in for that judge. So I would ask for a mistrial based upon that inadmissible evidence at this point.
May I respond to the statement?
Certainly.
Your Honor, Ms. Drake gives you 2 cases. I'll address the Brown case first. That was a case in which in DeKalb County early on under the Street Gang Act, they tried to prove the existence of a gang with a federal indictment, a 13-count federal indictment that didn't involve any of the defendants. And the court said that's not appropriate to prove the existence of the gang. What we have here, and with the passage of 418, is we're proving the existence of the gang. We will have gang testimony today that the defendants engaged in criminal gang activity. So those indictments are unique to the defendant. Brown is the opposite of this. In regards to the first offender plea, a case that's actually more unfair. The case I tried, I think 12 years ago, Whaley versus the state. It's a racketeering case in Cobb County in which I tendered a first offender conviction against Mr. Whaley, who was a co-defendant with his girlfriend, and together they stole about $1 million. If you, I'm listed on page 4. If you go to page 7, Your Honor. Page 7, he entered a first offender plea agreement to which he was ordered to pay restitution. The trial court was authorized to conclude that the prior plea and resulting restitution was relevant to the issue of whether Whaley may have been motivated to engage with Rice in the racketeering activity for which he was later tried. And then the final paragraph of the opinion notes that this evidence related to Whaley's prior theft was admissible. The first offender was admissible under 24404B. That's significant because 24404B is other acts evidence which may be admissible. 24418 says shall be admissible. So we're even meeting a more stringent standard of admissibility in this. And first offender pleas are inappropriate for impeachment, but they are not inappropriate for other acts evidence. And the Supreme Court never said, in their opinion, that it was inappropriate for other acts evidence. They just said in that particular situation where it was referenced for conviction, they said it shouldn't have been mentioned as a conviction, but they never in any sentence said it was inappropriate for other acts evidence. And the court did correct us when we said conviction and did say plea during the course of this trial. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Drake?
Your Honor, I would just point out that under 2444404, the state withdrew their request to admit any evidence, and the gang statutes and what comes in to show gang activity specifically addresses adjudications, commission, or convictions.
Anything else from the other defendants?
No, Judge. Nothing from Mr. Collins.
Okay. Ms. Drake, I'm going to withhold ruling on your mistrial until after lunch.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to step off the bench for just a moment, and I'll be right back, and we will continue trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Then the text messages that you previously talked about, Mr.
Anything that I need to address from the state?
No, ma'am.
Anything from the defense?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We are ready for the jury.
We are, Judge.
And we do have a new bailiff that I need to swear in and introduce to the jury, so bring them on in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just first take care of, you've got a new bailiff. Cindy cannot be here this week, so we have new bailiff, John Tisdale, and that's him. So he's replacing Cindy from last week. If you will come forward, let me swear you in. Let me get my, raise your right hand. Do you swear that you shall take all juries committed to your charge to the jury room or some other private and convenient place designated by this court? You shall not allow the jurors to receive any papers or electronic communication devices except as specifically authorized and approved by this court. You shall not communicate with the jurors nor permit anyone to communicate with the jurors except as specifically authorized by this court. You shall discharge all other duties which may devolve upon you as bailiff to the best of your skill and ability. If so, say I swear.
I swear.
Thank you very much. Johnny, you're going to be with us the whole week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he's going to be with us. I meant next week. I mean, today's Friday, but next week. Okay, and you're going to be here next week. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just first wanted to tell you, obviously, the weather did not cooperate, but I have spoken with all five of the attorneys, and as I discussed last Friday, last time I saw you a week ago, that the state thinks that they will be done with their side of the case today. And so you will probably get the case Monday or Tuesday of next week. So I appreciate your patience. I know it was very trying. The courthouse is connected to the school system, which is connected to the county and the state. And the minute I got information, I had the jury assembly personnel to reach out to you. So thank you, and thank you for getting here and being all on time. All right, we will continue.
State will call Detective Alan Harrison.
Good morning. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you very much.
Sir, for the record, could you state your name and spell your name?
My name is Alan Harrison, and that's A-L-L-E-N. Last name is spelled H-A-R-R-I-S-O-N.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed as a sergeant with the Gwinnett County Police Department Robbery Unit.
How long have you been with the police department?
14 years.
What background do you have at the police department?
So I did my first 9 years with the police department assigned to our patrol division, where I worked at 5 out of our 6 precincts. After 9 years in the uniform patrol division, I was assigned to the criminal investigations division. At that time, I started in our general crimes unit. The general crimes unit is what could be considered as a property crimes unit. That unit primarily investigates various types of thefts, other types of assaults. The main type of investigation that I completed when I was in the general crimes unit were entering autos, which is more commonly known as people that are breaking into cars. After that, I was assigned to the robbery unit, where I investigated armed robberies, carjackings, home invasions, and then after that, I was assigned to the homicide unit.
Let me talk to you about the time you spent with auto theft and property crime unit. Are you familiar with the term slider crime?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
So a slider crime can refer to a couple of different types of crimes. It's either a slider theft, entering auto type theft, where criminals will wait for somebody to, maybe in a shopping center, they will shop, they'll put packages, items that they purchased into their car, and then they'll go into another business, maybe to shop more, conduct other errands, personal errands, and they'll enter the vehicle at that time. And then also slider thefts of vehicles, which commonly occur at gas stations. And what we would see in those incidents is we would see where criminals would wait and look for an unsuspecting victim to pull up to a gas pump to put gas in their car, or maybe put air in their tires. And what they were looking for was types of vehicles that had a push-to-start ignition. If you're familiar with vehicles that have push-to-start ignitions, you can start that vehicle if the key is within a certain distance of the vehicle. So in situations like that, when somebody is standing next to the vehicle, putting gas in the vehicle, maybe putting air in their tires, they know that they're able to slide into the driver's seat of that vehicle, hit the push-to-start ignition, and can potentially drive the vehicle away from that location.
I want to make sure I understand what you're talking about. So if I turn off my car, pulled up to the gas pump, turn off my car, put the key fob in my pocket, and go to the gas pump, it's possible for somebody to turn my car on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can they drive it away, even though they don't have the fob?
Yes, sir. So some of the technology has changed with that because of how prolific these types of crimes became. But when the technology was first introduced on some of these vehicles, as far back as 15, almost 20 years ago, some of the vehicles started getting the push-to-start ignitions. They didn't have those protections in the vehicles. People could often get into the vehicle, push the ignition, start button, drive away, would continue to be able to drive the vehicle. They just likely would not be able to restart the vehicle after that until they could somehow alter that ignition. And like I said, the technology has changed. A lot of the newer vehicles, you don't necessarily have the ability to do that as much. But again, that was directly the result of how prolific these slider crimes became.
Let's talk about your experience in the robbery unit. And let me ask you something. What county issued weapon do you have? Do you have a Glock, a Smith? What do you have?
A Glock 17.
Are you familiar with the term chambering around?
Yes, sir.
What does that term mean?
So chambering around is just a term that describes loading a round into the firearm. Once you, basically the way a firearm works with a semi-automatic firearm, you seat a magazine into the firearm. The magazine is what holds the ammunition, sometimes referred to as bullets or rounds, and then you rack the slide back, and that's what causes the firearm to chamber around into what's considered the chamber of the firearm in order for it to fire when you pull the trigger. If you don't have a round chambered when you pull the trigger, the gun's not going to fire. You have to chamber that round first.
So I can pop the magazine in, and if a round is not chambered and I pull the trigger, does anything happen?
No, sir. You'll just get a click.
Okay. So if I'm involved in a fight and I pull the trigger and a round is expelled from an automatic handgun, does that mean that a round has been chambered already?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you involved in the investigation of the murder that took place, or the homicide that took place on July 10th, 2022 at the QT gas station, Peachtree Corners, Gwinnett County?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did your investigation lead to the arrest of the 3 defendants on trial today?
Yes, sir.
For the record, could you identify the defendants going from left to right?
Yes, sir. Starting on my left, Miles Collins is going to be the defendant sitting next to his attorney, Mr. Clegg. He's wearing the light blue shirt with the bow tie and the COVID mask or the blue surgical mask. David Booker is going to be sitting next to his attorney, Mr. Lewis. He's wearing the navy Argyle patterned sweater with the collar. And Josiah Hulie is sitting next to his attorney, Mrs. Drake. He's wearing the gray crew neck sweater with the vertical light gray stripe and the blue surgical mask.
Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendants.
Yes.
Thank you. When you respond, well, let me ask you this. When did you first respond to the scene?
I was contacted shortly after the homicide. I was the on-call homicide investigator that afternoon. So I don't know the exact time that I was contacted, but it would have been very shortly after the uniform officers, the patrol officers responded to the scene.
When you responded to the scene, did you see anything of significance?
Yes, sir.
What'd you see?
When I responded to the scene, I saw a deceased male that was later identified as Bradley Coleman. He was lying on the ground next to a Dodge Charger. The Dodge Charger was parked at the air pump off to the side of the QuikTrip. Both the driver's side door as well as the passenger side door were open. I observed that the victim, Mr. Coleman, did not have any shoes on. There were a pair of shoes that were kind of strewn about on the ground. Looked like he had lost those shoes somehow. It wasn't clear at that time how that had occurred. Like I said, the victim was deceased. He had a gunshot wound to the left side of his head. And then there was also an empty firearm holster that was lying next to the victim. And there was another thing of note was a blue surgical or COVID mask that I observed lying in a pool of blood directly next to the victim.
Did you have an opportunity to view any surveillance videos from QT?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit Number 3 and see if that's a portion of the video that you saw? Yes, ma'am.
It's right here on the, or he may have put it down.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, yeah, there you go. Mr. Harrison, is that a portion of the video that you saw, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, were there other things about that video that were significant to you as you were attempting to identify this automobile?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you a larger portion of that video. Uses a different media player, excuse me. While that's pulling up, let's go ahead and start some questioning on that. When you saw that larger portion of the video, what were some of the things that you identified as missing?
So when the vehicle, the Mercedes that you saw in that vehicle, the black Mercedes, when it first pulled into the gas station parking lot, prior to pulling up next to the victim's Dodge Charger at the air pumps, you'll see in the video where it pulls in, it first backs up to a gas pump, which again, based on my experience investigating slider type crimes, is very consistent with that type of behavior. They'll often pull into a parking lot like that, whether it's a gas station or a shopping center, and they may set up somewhere in a parking space or at a gas pump so that they can make observations in the parking lot and look for a potential victim. Like in this situation where it was clear that there was an individual that was driving a Dodge Charger that is commonly known to have a push to start ignition. And then another significant thing that I observed on this vehicle relates to part of how I was able to identify this as the suspect vehicle. One thing I noticed when the vehicle started to back up to the gas pump was in the front windshield, I could see an object that appeared to be a white automatic toll reader. What I mean, for anybody that's either lived in a state or driven in a part of the state of Georgia, or maybe in the Peach Pass lane here, roads that have toll lanes, it's in Georgia, the Peach Pass lane, we have just the barcode that you put on your windshield, but other states often have an actual device that's an automatic toll reader, and that's so that they can just drive through the toll pass lane without having to stop and pay the toll. I was able to observe what appeared to be that white automatic toll reader on the windshield, which was kind of unique. We don't see that a lot of times here in this area because we don't have very many toll lanes unless it's the Peach Pass, which the Peach Pass doesn't use that type of device. And then the other thing that I observed was a black vanity plate on the front of the vehicle with a silver tag frame around it.
I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit number 3, the larger portion of it. I think the time is 12:36:49. Is this the automobile that you're talking about in the top frame of the QT video?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, I'm going to forward it just a few seconds and ask you to point out to the jury what you've been discussing. Just Can you point out what you've been talking about?
So if you look real closely, right here in this area, it's kind of hard to see, this small picture, but I've watched this video probably 1,000 times, and as I continued to watch it, I kept seeing that object that was there, and I couldn't tell what it was at first, and we were able to later determine that it was the white toll reader.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. With that information, were you able to identify a suspected vehicle?
Yes, sir.
How?
So one of the things that I did once I arrived on scene at the QuikTrip gas station after reviewing surveillance footage was I began reviewing flock data for the area. I don't know if flock has been explained at this point to the jury. Okay. So when I reviewed flock data, I was able to identify, well, let me back up just a little bit. I knew based on the information I had received at the QuikTrip that I was looking for a black Mercedes E350. I also knew that that vehicle had an out-of-state tag, and based on the video that I saw, the out-of-state tag had some blue coloring on it, and I believed that tag at that time to likely be an Illinois tag. That's just based on my experience, 14 years as a police officer. I see a lot of license plates. I can't always identify every one immediately when I see it by the state, but ones that we see frequently, we're usually pretty good at being able to tell what state that license plate is out of. So I believed at that time it was an Illinois tag, but I knew for sure that it was an out-of-state tag with blue on the license plate. So,
Okay, I'm so sorry.
so at that time, I started checking flock data for the area, looking specifically for any black Mercedes passenger cars with an out-of-state tag, and I was ultimately able to identify a black Mercedes E350 with an Illinois license plate, C as in Charlie, V as in Victor, 90487, as the suspect vehicle in this case.
During times relevant to this homicide, was there any other Mercedes S350 black with that current license plate?
No, sir.
Any other Mercedes black 350 with an Illinois plate?
No, sir.
Any other black Mercedes 350 of any kind other than this vehicle?
No, sir.
Thank you.
So what'd you do? Once you got that license plate, what'd you do?
So at that point, once I had that license plate, I started looking into additional flock data for that license plate. One of the things that we can do with flock, yes, we can specifically search an area like we did in this particular case, looking for black Mercedes with out-of-state license plates. But once I was able to identify that particular license plate, I can then look for any other flock hits or data to find out where that license plate has been hitting within the last 30 days. So once I started searching for additional flock data on that particular license plate of the suspect vehicle, I located additional flock hits on the day of the homicide, as well as the day before the homicide, that pretty much solidified this is going to be my suspect vehicle.
Okay. When you had that license plate, did you run the license plate?
Yes, sir.
Did you run it with a computer that was lawfully connected to the GCIC?
Yes, sir.
What kind of information did you receive?
When I ran the license plate, I saw that it was registered to a female by the name of Wanda Fielder in Riverdale, Illinois. At that time, I started doing some additional background research on Miss Fielder to find out, see what I could find out about this particular vehicle and who it was associated with. When I started doing background research on Miss Fielder, I saw that she had 3 adult children with Atlanta area addresses. At that time, began doing more research into them to see what kind of association I could find with them with this particular vehicle. I was ultimately able to identify one of her children. I say child, but he was an adult, is an adult. His name was Lazarick Fielder. Mr. Fielder had an Instagram profile that was titled Zarek Reynolds. And on that Instagram profile, he had numerous pictures posted of luxury type vehicles that he was advertising for short and long-term rental. And I also ultimately found a business that was associated with Mr. Fielder where he was listed as the owner, and the name of that business was Zarek Reynolds LLC.
Were you able to get phone extractions as it relates to this case?
Yes, sir.
And did you see phone extractions with the number identified with David Booker of 470-342-9346? That's 470-342-9346?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to extract those messages from the phone?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 102 and previously shown to defense counsel. You recognize State's 102?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is States 102?
So this is a screenshot of a text message. This was actually provided to me by Lazarick Fielder.
Yes.
I was able to speak to Mr. Fielder after I determined that he owned and was associated with a rental company that rented out luxury vehicles. I believed at that time that the Mercedes E350 in question, the suspect vehicle from this case, I believed that it was probably going to be a vehicle that had been rented out to the suspects. So I contacted Mr. Fielder. I was able to speak with him. He did confirm that the...
Anything Mr. Fielder said is hearsay.
Don't go into what he said. but were you able to get screenshots from Mr. Fielder?
Yes, sir.
Consistent with the cell phone extractions that you were able to get related to the cell phone of David Booker?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please continue.
So I was able to obtain screenshots from communication with Mr. Fielder's company, Zurich Rentals, that were consistent with the cell phone extraction that I ultimately obtained for Mr. Booker. This particular exhibit is a screenshot of a driver's license for Miles Collins that was provided to Zurich Rentals in order to rent the Mercedes that was used in this crime.
Judge, at this time, will tender States 1 and 2.
I would object to any such document. Again, as being hearsay, he indicated that was obtained at a certain particular time. There's been no testimony whatsoever. That is hearsay, and as such, it is not probative or competent or admissible evidence, and so I would object to it.
I join in that, Judge.
Likewise, Your Honor.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, likewise, Your Honor.
You joined too. Okay. Mr. Hulie joins too. Mr. Melvin.
Your Honor, this is a screenshot that is consistent with the cell phone extractions as previously been testified to. It has the number of David Booker on it. The authenticity is pretty much without question, so we would tender States 1 and 2.
The question posed was not, he went beyond, the question posed was elicited subsequent hearsay testimony from the witness which would not be admissible. And absent the hearsay evidence, I do not believe that the evidence which is sought to be admitted can be admitted. It's simply not relevant. They can't tie it up. They can't connect it to any vehicle in question.
Okay. I'm going to overrule the defense objection and
Thank you.
admit exhibit 102 over objection.
Your Honor, for the record, we did give notice under the business records of Mr. Fielder's text messages. Thank you. Permission to publish 102, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. Is this an accurate representation of States 1 and 2 that's previously been shown to defense counsel?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's Miles Collins' driver's license?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hughes has been previously marked as States 103. States 1 and 2, does that indicate there's a conversation going on?
Yes, sir.
Does that conversation continue?
Yes, sir, it does.
Can you tell me what States 1 and 3 is?
This is an additional screenshot that I was able to recover. This is communication between Zurich Rentals and the phone number associated with Mr. Booker, telling Mr. Booker that he's got to do paperwork on the car, and Mr. Booker, or the phone number associated with Mr. Booker, is indicating that he's got to go get him once he gets it, I believe referring to the car.
Judge, we tender States 103. Previously served as business records as well.
Judge, I'm going to object. I'm going to actually take this up outside the presence of the jury.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask y'all to step off. And Mr. Melvin, can I see the exhibits?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
We've got 103 through,
We're going to have 103 through 106 next, Judge.
okay, just so I can have them while we're talking about them.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. 102, I have admitted over objection. All right, and 103, it appears that all the other exhibits are from the same cell phone. Is that correct, Mr. Melvin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lewis, I'll hear from you.
Judge, first I'm assuming that Mr. Felder's not coming, which is why we're trying to sort of backdoor this evidence in front of the jury. I haven't read any case that says business records cover text messages. Business records are supposed to be records that are kept in the ordinary course of business. The communication that you might have with a potential customer or the outlining of your policy, I don't think that that's covered under business records. I understand that there was some communication. What the prosecutor is asking now, in light of the fact that I don't think Mr. Felder's coming, is I'd like to have Mr. Felder testify via these text messages, and I'm going to couch it all under business records, and I don't think that that's correct.
And I would, and Your Honor, I apologize, as opposed to business records, because the business records is the alliance records. I misspoke on that one. But it's still not going to be hearsay, Judge, because it's something that Detective Harrison literally saw that was provided to him as it relates to this case.
This is the witness that we arrested, correct?
That would be Zeus, Your Honor.
Okay, not,
Mr.
okay.
Mallett, right,
Okay.
yes.
Is Mr. Felder coming?
We're not going to call Mr. Felder. But also, Your Honor, however, under 801, this is a statement of Mr. Booker from his cell phone, so it's not hearsay.
It's, give me that again, I didn't hear you, Mr. Melvin. 801.
801,
Yeah.
this is a statement, this is actually a statement of a party of These are the statements of Mr. Booker on Mr. Booker's cell phone, and so it's not hearsay. And the cases are clear that the responses to Mr. Booker are provided for context. So if the court wants to, it can say the responses of Mr. Felder are not for the truth of the matter asserted, but the statements of Mr. Booker, absolutely not hearsay at all.
I need you just to keep up with what's happening, Judge. The prosecutor is asking the witness the context under which they have read the text messages, and then hiding behind a different law to say that it's admissible. It may be admissible, but not necessarily through this witness. He's asking this witness to give the jury a context, and then he's going to a different section of the law to say it's admissible. It may be admissible, but not the way he's trying to admit it through this witness in light of the fact that he doesn't intend to present the other witness. That's the problem.
It's not a problem, despite Mr. Lawrence's embellishments of words like hiding. It's the law. It's a statement of the defendant. It's on his cell phone. It's confirmed by Mr. Felder's reply to Mr. Booker. I'm entitled to ask about the defendant's statements themselves.
Right, and if the officer says, I pulled messages off of Mr. Booker's phone, these are the messages that I pulled off of Mr. Booker's phone, we don't even need to get to Mr. Felder.
Right.
But he needs Mr. Felder, he needs to keep talking about Felder to give it context.
And there's nothing wrong. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry. There's nothing wrong with context, Judge. Race just out of the crime.
The problem is when you're asking the detective about a conversation that he had with Felder, and the officer says, I confirmed. That's still hearsay. I confirmed. That's exactly what Mr. Clegg was talking about. I spoke to Mr. Felder and I confirmed. Whatever it is that you confirmed is hearsay in light of the fact that he's not coming in. The fact that you don't say he told me doesn't change it to non-hearsay.
Your Honor,
That's the problem.
and I apologize. Mr. Lewis is trying to get into the conversations with the Felder. I haven't entered the conversations with Mr. Felder. I've entered actual screenshots of the defendant's statements to Mr. Felder. So as under 801D, it is a statement of the defendant, and it's not even an exception to the hearsay rule. It's not hearsay. That's 801D.
How do we know it's Mr. Felder, Judge? How do we know it's Mr. Felder? We've got Mr. Booker's number and Mr. Booker texting somebody. How do we know it's Mr. Felder? Mr. Felder told the detective. That's the problem.
And that would go to weight, not admissibility? But as far as statements of the defendant from the defendant's phone number, which has been confirmed by cell phone analysis, by entry into the record, by Mr. Wilbanks, by business records exceptions under T-Mobile, those are all confirming that it's Mr. Booker's phone and Mr. Booker's statements. And under 801D, statements of the defendant are not hearsay.
I understand statement of Mr. Booker, including text messages, are not hearsay.
Correct, Judge.
Okay. The problem, is that we don't know that this is Mr. Felder.
Well, actually, the detective, and I apologize, Judge, but the detective has confirmed it's Mr. Felder. So the next question is he talking about what Mr. Felder said? No, he isn't. But he's bringing in evidence of Mr. Felder's screenshots from Mr. Booker, which also, on the cell phone extractions of Mr. Booker, his phone is confirmatory of he sent messages. So it's a screenshot of Mr. Felder, but he's not talking anything about what Mr. Felder said.
But I'm not letting these in without Mr. Felder's alleged comments back and responses redacted. They're not, this is Mr. Booker's phone.
Yes, ma'am.
470-342-9346. But if Mr. Felder's not going to be here,
Then Judge, what the law says is that you can charge the jury that Mr. Felder's statements are to give context, because I'm not offering them for the truth of the matter asserted. Those statements aren't even hearsay if I'm not offering for that. But they do become relevant because it's context to the statements of the defendant himself.
And if it was coming out of his phone, I don't think we would have any discussion. When we start to talk about Mr. Felder, what Mr. Felder about Mr. Booker's phone, so that we can make this argument clear, the jury's going to have to determine if that's Mr. Booker's phone. But to the extent that we've identified it's Mr. Booker's phone, I don't think I can object to the screenshots that they pulled off of his phone, versus this conversation with Mr. Felder, who won't be here, who will say, this is what I received from, or who confirmed this is what I received, or who implied, or who suggested, which is all hearsay.
And Your Honor, Mr. Lewis is trying to define the battlefield as this is Mr. Felder. These are statements of the defendant.
I understand.
Thank you.
I think Georgia law, as I read it, lets it all in.
Just no more objection, Judge.
Yeah. Mr. Melvin.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we need the jury back.
Okay.
Is there any instruction the defense wants me to give about these responses?
No, Judge.
No, are there any instructions?
No.
No, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't, okay, I thought you said no objection. Okay, thank you. All right, come on in.
I resume, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Oh, thank you. Detective, let's pick up with State's Exhibit 103. I've also put before you States 104, 105, and 106. Ask you to take a look at them if you haven't already and ask if you recognize them.
Just briefly, I think I objected, I think you have to overrule the objection and make the evidence.
Yes.
Just no objection for.
Okay.
Yes, sir, I recognize them.
Okay, and States 102, 103, 104, 105, are those conversations between Mr. Booker? Are those conversations and screenshots of Mr. Booker's statements?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And as far as States 103, 104, and 105, are those true and accurate representation of those conversations consistent with the cell phone extractions that have previously been introduced into evidence?
Yes, sir.
All right, Judge, we tender States 103, 104, and 105 this time.
Those are admitted over objection.
Thank you. Judge, permission to publish to the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Detectives, that's States 102, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then does it continue on with States 103?
Yes, sir.
Now, on States 103, it continues on to States 104. Is there anything significant about States 104?
Yes, sir, there is.
What is that?
So in this particular message, there is communication about purchasing a rental insurance policy for the vehicle that was being rented.
And States 105 also, States 105, a continuation contain the policy number?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, we're going to tender States 112, which is the Alliance Insurance Policy, identified with that policy number previously provided in the business records exceptions.
How about the objection and objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 112 is admitted without objection.
Who took out the rental insurance policy on this matter?
So according to the records that I received from Alliance Travel Insurance, the policy was purchased by David Booker.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to States 106. Ms. Pledger has testified previously that she has provided payment for the Mercedes. The States, what is States 106?
States 106 is a screenshot of an Apple Cash payment of $500, and this particular screenshot came from Ms. Pledger's phone, or the phone number associated with Ms. Pledger.
Once you identified the Mercedes, what did you do? Oh, Judge, I'd tender States 106.
No objection, Judge.
No objection.
Wait a minute. 106?
Yes, ma'am, I think I've already tendered States 102, 103, 104, and 105.
Okay.
And States 106 is the Apple payment.
All right. Any objection on 106?
No objection.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
106 is admitted without objection.
Once you had the information about the Mercedes, what steps did you take?
So after that, I was able to track the Mercedes to a Texaco gas station that was located at 635 Lindbergh Drive in Atlanta.
Did you see anything significant when you find anything? How did you track it to the Texaco?
So ultimately, the Mercedes was able to be seen on a City of Atlanta DOT street camera in the parking lot of the Texaco gas station at that location. The vehicle was seen in the parking lot from 1:17 a.m. to 1:43 a.m. on July 9th, 2022. And that was the early morning hours, the day before the homicide of Bradley Coleman.
I'm going to show you a couple of screenshots.
States 70, were you able to, and the Texaco video's already been admitted to evidence, were you able to view that Texaco video?
Yes, sir. On July 12th, 2022, myself and Sergeant Jorstad went to that Texaco gas station, and I personally reviewed the surveillance footage, and I've also reviewed the surveillance footage I believe you're speaking of.
What did you see that was significant to your investigation?
So when I reviewed the surveillance footage, I was able to see a black Mercedes passenger car pull into the parking lot of the Texaco gas station, parked at a gas pump. Shortly after parking at the gas pump, I observed a male get out of the passenger side of the Mercedes. That male then walked into the gas station. When the male walked into the gas station, I immediately recognized the sweatshirt that that individual was wearing. It was a black sweatshirt with a large multicolored logo on it. Like I previously said, I had seen the QuikTrip footage probably 1,000 times at this point, watching it over and over, trying to figure out exactly what happened. And I recognized the large multicolored logo on that sweatshirt, and it appeared to be the same sweatshirt that one of the suspects was wearing in the QuikTrip surveillance footage, more specifically the suspect that got out of the front passenger seat of that Mercedes and ran up to the altercation that was taking place between the victim and the other suspect at that time.
Yes, sir. Which suspect?
David Booker.
Okay, did you track Mr. Booker's movements within the Texaco?
Yes, sir.
What did he do when he was in the Texaco?
When Mr. Booker came into the Texaco,
Judge, I'm going to object. The officer just said it appeared to be. I want to make sure we're all on the same page. What it appeared to be versus the prosecutor telling the detective it is David Booker. That's for the jury to determine, Judge.
Judge, I'll rephrase the question. In your opinion, who was it?
in my opinion,
I'm going to object. The jury can see the video and make their own determination as to if it's the same shirt and who it may or may not be.
Your Honor, with the adoption of the new evidence code under 701, this line of questioning is entirely appropriate. The officer is able to express his opinion. Prior to the new evidence code, they couldn't, but now they can.
When did that new evidence code come out?
2013, and the cases are quite legion on this issue.
What are the cases, Judge? Prosecutor's talking very fast, and I don't mind the speed, but I don't know what he's saying is right. And then when called on it, the prosecutor backtracks, no, I didn't, well, I made a mistake as to this. He's talking very fast. If he could just give me the case that he's talking about, just one case, post-2013, after the law has changed that he's talking about, and then I can look it up. Just one case. Just one. State versus...
Your Honor, I'm going to cite defense counsel to 24/7/701, and as far as doing defense counsel's work for him, I'll be happy to do that, but I'm not going to do it in front of the jury, Judge.
24/7/701 is a statute, that's not a case. The
It's
prosecutor...
Cates versus the state, Your Honor, may I proceed?
What's the case?
How do you spell Cates?
I
Okay.
believe it's Cates v.C.
That's all I have, Judge.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yeah, but I want you to be careful in this line of questioning.
Sure.
The jury can determine whether the sweatshirt is the same sweatshirt.
Of course.
That's
Yeah.
their province.
Thank you, Judge. Were you able to track that suspect's movements, Mr. Booker's movements through the Texaco?
yes, sir.
Were you able to take screenshots of that Texaco video?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Mr. Booker do anything that's significant as it relates to this investigation?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you see?
I saw Mr. Booker ultimately purchased a blue surgical mask, or commonly referred to as a COVID mask, which was also consistent with the mask that was recovered at the crime scene.
I'm going to show you this in the previously marked as Exhibit 7D. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
This is a screenshot of the Texaco, the interior of the Texaco surveillance footage. And like I said, this is a screenshot of Mr. Booker purchasing a blue surgical mask.
Your Honor, at this time, we would tender State's 70.
I don't have any objection to state 70, Judge. I only object to the witness saying who it is versus leaving that to the jury.
All right, I'm going to admit State's Exhibit 70 without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, could you point out for the jury where the suspect is in the blue surgical mask?
Yes, so this is going to be the suspect right here, and you can see right there, just on top of the counter, you'll see the blue surgical COVID mask.
Thank you.
Can the jury see the video? I mean, the photo? Yeah, okay.
Okay. You able to get any other screenshots from the Texaco security videos?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show it's previously been marked as 70, and I apologize for this, but 70A
Apologize to Sheila.
and 70B. You recognize 70A and 70B.
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize 70A and 70B?
So these are screenshots that I took of additional surveillance footage from the exterior of the Texaco gas station. The individual in this photo was seen getting out of the driver's seat of the Mercedes after it parked at the gas pump.
Your Honor, permission to publish 70A? I'm sorry, we tender 70A at this point.
I'm going to object. I mean, we keep hearing that this individual was seen getting out of the driver's side of the Mercedes. We have not seen any said video at this particular point. So all we've got at this juncture is here is a guy at a gas station. Now, I have not heard any evidence saying that the surveillance video indicates that it is the car in question, that the tag number of the car in question was seen at that particular Texaco gas station, and all we've got is a conclusory statement saying, yes, in fact, this person was seen getting out of the video. If the video shows it, let's see.
Permission to publish space 68, Your Honor, the Texaco video?
Yes, the Texaco video was admitted without objection through Sergeant Jorstadt. Am I correct, Mr. Melvin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All I'm asking is to receive the video. I mean,
Okay, certainly. You're gonna,
They say it's in evidence. I want to see what is on that.
absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And Your Honor, this is pretty lengthy. With the court's permission, I'm going to fast forward it to the relevant times because we're talking about
All right, I've already given the audio charge. Do you want it again?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay.
pausing the video, detective at 1 minute, 54 seconds. Oh, I'm so sorry. Get back to that. Make a good run. All right. When I hit play, fast forward it to about 1 minute. Detective, did you see a car pull in on the far side of the nearest gas pumps?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. Is that going to be the car in question that we're talking about?
I'm gonna object, Judge.
Why is this car significant to you, sir?
This is going to be based on the information that I had received to track the Mercedes ultimately to this gas station. This is consistent with the black Mercedes that was seen on the Atlanta.
I'm going to object to that statement. That is hearsay, and based on information I have received, this is going to be the black Mercedes. That's hearsay. So if the tape shows that it is in fact the black Mercedes, that's all well and good. But I think the tape stands on its own. And for this officer to come in here and testify as to additional evidence which is not known to the jury somehow suggests that this is the car makes his testimony inadmissible. We've got the video. Look at the video. Can you see it?
Okay. Any response before I rule on that objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to sustain that objection. I want you to play the video through, Mr. Melvin,
Yes, ma'am.
without commentary from detective.
I'm going to pause the video, just ask a question in direction from the court. When you say play the video, Your Honor, do you want me to play the entire 30 minutes or may I fast forward?
No, I don't, defense has no problem.
You got it.
Relevant portion of the testimony.
Thank you. I apologize.
Yes.
Stopping the video at 1:34:12. Direct your attention to stage 70A. Did you take a screenshot of what we're seeing up on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Is that a true and accurate representation of what we're seeing up on the screen?
Yes, sir, it is.
Tender stage 70A.
That's the video, I don't have any objection to the video.
No, this is the screenshot of what's on
I don't
the
have any objection to the screenshot.
No, I have no objection, Judge.
No objection, Your Honor.
State 70A photograph is admitted without objection.
Can you direct your attention to stage 70B? Could you describe stage 70B?
This is an additional screenshot I took from that video. This is just a more zoomed out screenshot where you can see the Texaco gas pumps in the background.
Judge, we tender stage 70B at this point?
No objection, Judge.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
States Exhibit 70B is admitted without objection.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like permission to publish another video contained within states 68 because we have multiple cameras on there.
All right.
I'm going to publish the one that is ending in 5, it's camera 25 ending in 500. Your Honor, for the record, I've played camera 25, last 4 digits are 1734, and I'm pausing it at 30, at the 30-second mark. And continue. Stop and detective, you note the time on the video?
Yes, sir, it's 1:19 a.m.
Did you actually have an opportunity to review the cell phone records and cell phone extractions as it relates to this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is that time consistent with what you saw on the time advance data?
It's actually consistent with the cell site location information specifically that I received for the phone number associated with David Booker.
One more video from space 68, Judge. Publishing, the last 4 digits are 1459.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm going to pause it at 7:34. Detective, did you have opportunity to review various angles on, from the Texaco gas station?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were you able to, there's a gentleman on the right-hand side Is that consistent with other angles you've seen of the code of mass purchase that's previously been introduced?
Yes, sir.
Detective Harrison, you have an opportunity to speak with the defendants.
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to direct your attention to Josiah Hulie. You have an opportunity to speak with Josiah Hulie.
Yes, sir.
Have you, this year has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1-7. Do you recognize State's 1-7? 1-7.
You recognize Stage 107?
Yes, sir, I recognize it.
What does it contain?
This is the audio and video recorded interview that I conducted with Josiah Hulie at Gwinnett County Police Headquarters after he was arrested.
More specifically, sir, is it redacted according to legal demands and court orders?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we tender Stage 107 at this time.
No objection, Judge.
I have standing to object on it, so I have no objection.
And just one question for record purposes. You did review the original video in and of itself? The full video?
Yes, ma'am. I've reviewed the full original video of the audio and video recorded interview with Mr. Hulie.
And that exhibit is taken from that complete interview?
Correct, other than the redacted portions like Mr. Melvin previously mentioned.
I have no objection at this point.
All right, I'm gonna read the, are you about to publish that?
With the court's permission.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to see a video. I've directed parts of the video to be removed for this presentation as to not unnecessarily extend the duration of this trial. Removed portions may include periods of dead time, matters bearing no relation to the case before you, or for specific legal reasons that are not proper for your consideration. You are not to draw any inferences for or against either party based on the removal of portions of this video by the court. What law enforcement says is not evidence. As you view the video, you will hear the interviewing officers make certain statements to the defendant. I caution you that the declarations or statements of any law enforcement officers are not evidence, and you should not consider such statements as evidence unless such statements are proven to you by other competent evidence. All right, go ahead.
All right, just like I said earlier, I'm Detective Harrison. This is Detective Dorstead. How's it going? I know out in the parking lot you were asking a little bit as far as what's going on, why you're here, if you're detained or under arrest and all that. So we'll get into all that. I do need to talk to you about a case that I'm investigating. That's why you're here, so we'll get into the specifics and all that. But just before we do any of that, I just got to verify some of your information, your name, phone number, address, all that stuff. And then if you want to talk to me about that, find out what's going on, we'll just go ahead and roll into that, okay? All right? Just to confirm your last name, am I pronouncing that right? Is it Hulie?
Hulie, the G sound. Hulie.
Okay, Hulie. Okay,
Hulie. Like the Hulie.
Gotcha. And your first name is Josiah, okay. You have a middle name?
No.
Okay. What's your date of birth?
March 23rd, 2002.
And what's your current address?
2869 Field Spring Drive, Latonia, Georgia, 30058.
You live there by yourself or with other people?
With my dad, stepmom, and sisters.
Okay, how long have you lived there?
Since 2019.
Okay, so you've been there for a few years.
Yeah.
What's your phone number? You got a cell phone?
Yes. 470-886-5190.
Okay, and that's your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, do you work?
Yeah, well, actually, I'm coming out of my interview, and they just bum rushed me.
Okay, where was that at? Where was the interview?
On my construction site. CTS, traffic control.
How'd the interview go?
I got the job.
Did you? Nice. Good for you.
Yeah.
What kind of construction is it?
It's like, you know, the one that put the slow signs up, the go.
Oh, at the road, the road
cone,
stuff?
cone,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you working anywhere before that?
Yeah, I just recently left the job because they relocated and it was too far. That's why I was going over there. I was working at a warehouse called Home Shelf.
Home shelf. Like home goods kind of
Yeah,
stuff?
like we package Kroger goods and stuff.
Okay.
Like that.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, like I said, we'll go ahead, we'll talk about why you're here. I can explain everything. I know you got some questions for me. I've got a few questions for you, but just before we get into any of those specifics, beyond just verifying who you are and all that, I do have to read you your rights just because you're in a police station. That's just what we got to do. And then I can go ahead and answer those questions and we can talk about all that. Have you ever had your rights read to you before during an arrest or anything?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm just going to read these to you, and then, like I said, we can go ahead and talk about everything, all right? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to you have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. You understand each of these rights I've explained to you?
Yes.
All right, man. Have these rights in mind. You want to talk to us?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I know you briefly said you applied for a job, or you went and interviewed for a job this morning, and then some police officers came and took you into custody out there right after you got out of the interview, and that was at CTS Traffic Control. Is that right? And then before that, you were working at Home Shelf, and you said it's a warehouse, like package stuff for Kroger and grocery stores and stuff like that. How long did you work there?
I worked there for like 4 or 5 months.
Okay. And where was that warehouse at?
It's like right by my house, Lithonia Industrial Boulevard. Address 2200 Lithonia Industrial Boulevard.
That's right by your house?
Yeah, it's like 4 minutes away from my house. I was going there every day, but
Okay.
they relocated to, it's by Douglasville. Too far, just too far.
That's
I can't
really
remember
far.
the name.
And then that's why you stopped working there?
Yeah, I
Okay.
couldn't make the commute.
I talked to your dad just briefly, and he mentioned that you were over in Atlanta for a couple months. He said something about you were over there working.
Mm-hmm. I was working over there too, but it was like one of my friends, his father had a pressure washer little gig, so I would do that every now and then.
So was it just kind of like a side gig?
Yeah, it was like a side gig, just to keep some money in my pocket.
Okay, and y'all just did work, in like the Atlanta area, or did you travel around?
Like I guess he had like a contract with it or something like that. So
Gotcha.
we would just go around doing like pressure washing floors every.
Okay, and that was a buddy of yours that had that company? Who was that?
It's really his father. It's not his company. It's his father's company.
Okay, what's his name? Your friend that his dad's got the company?
His name is Tayon.
Tayon? Okay. All right. When's the last time you saw Nuke? That family, they deserve it. Think about them. If you can't get past how it affects you, think about them. Think about that little girl.
Alright, so. I don't know, it's just like, I got in the car, and when I seen him get up, I tried to get out the car. But by the time, when I got in the car, I seen his gun on the passenger seat. So, of course, my first instinct is I'm thinking he's gonna go for his gun. But he started grabbing me and hitting me. I didn't hit him back not one time. My whole thing was I was trying to get out the car. I was trying to leave it alone. I even told him during the middle of the incident, I'm telling him out my mouth, I put this on my child, my grandma's life, on every line of love. I'm telling him, I'll say, okay, get off of me. I'm finna get out your car. I'm like, get off of me. I'm finna get out your car. You got it. My bad. He's still just doing the most. It's just like, I don't know how he pushed me out the car. When he pushed me out the car, we fell. He tried to grab his gun, like, Like, I knew he was reaching for it. Like, when his gun was on the floor, I knew he was going for it. Like, he was going for his gun. So I'm like, okay, when he grabbed his gun, he's finna shoot me. Even though I told him, like, I know he's finna shoot me. And then, it was how it happened. Like,
So what happened at that point? You dropped the gun on the ground.
the gun was, I think the gun was in his hand when we failed to drop
Okay.
inside the car.
When you got out of the car, what happened at that point?
The gun was on the floor when we got out of the car.
Which gun?
His gun
Where was your gun?
in my pants.
Okay.
I never pulled it out. That's the whole point. I could have pulled the gun out inside the car and shot him or something like that. I didn't do. I wasn't trying to touch that man. I wasn't trying to do nothing like that.
I know that. I believe you. I mean, the video, I believe you. You're telling the truth about that. The video confirms it. But I'm just, so his gun was on the floor.
At what point did you put it in your hand?
His gun?
Yeah.
When I was leaving the scene or something.
So did you shot him with your gun and then you took his gun after that? Is that right?
It's like, yeah.
So once he pushed you out of the car, his gun was on the floor of the car at that point, but y'all, okay, I'm sorry.
It was never on the floor. It was in the passenger seat the whole time. He had it on the passenger seat the whole time. He was in the passenger seat while he was fucking at the side. I seen it. I didn't even touch it. But when he got up, he jumped in the car. He started hitting me, beating me up. And I'm telling him, like, you know, I'm leaving. You got it, bro. I'm not wrong. I was trying to do the right thing at the time. Like, I was trying to leave it alone. If I was really just cold-blooded, or I would have, as soon as he put his hands on me, I would have pulled my gun out, shot him, or do anything like that. That wasn't how it was supposed to go. The only reason the stuff happened how it happened, because I was in fear.
Okay.
I was in fear because I know he got a gun. And I'm thinking, like, I know, like, I've seen incidents like this before. Like, it's one of those situations where it's like, I hate to say it like this, it was one of those situations where it's like, it's either you or him, like.
Okay.
But at the same time, the way it happened, it still wasn't supposed to happen like that. Death was not even supposed to be the outcome at all. Like,
We know, man. We know.
Maybe an aggravated assault or something, but death, like, it's just like the way it happened. The movements, it just happened so fast. Like,
So what happened? So he pushed you out of the car, and then walk me through what happened.
we both fell on the floor. Both of us fell on the floor. When I seen him, like, okay, so when we fell on the floor, I was about to run back to the car, but I seen him going for his gun. So then I was just like, boom, I seen him go for his gun, and I just pulled the gun out. But the way it was not supposed to, like, he wasn't supposed to get hit in the head, or like, wherever he got hit at, he got hit in the head.
So you're saying you shot him, but you weren't meaning to shoot him in the head? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Like, he was moving towards his gun, like.
Where was the gun at that point?
On the floor. It was still on the floor.
In the car?
No, on the
ground.
in front of us.
Okay. I thought you were saying the floor of the car. I got you. That's why I was confused. Okay.
You reaching for your gun, like reaching, like you were moving, but it's just like I didn't aim at his head. I ain't even do nothing like that. I ain't want to kill that man. If anything, I would not want to kill him. Like, it don't take to kill somebody to get away from something like that. Like, I know that it's just everything just fell out of place.
So let me tell you this. First of all, you're doing the right thing here. Like I said, you really are. What you just said confirms what we already know in terms of that this was not supposed to go that way. And if nothing else, it's important to get that out. I do need to just clarify a few things just to make sure that we understand, what all happened. So after you shot him, you ran back to the car, and then you took his gun, right? What did you do with his gun and your gun?
I threw him somewhere in the sewer.
In a sewer? Where was that at? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact street. I don't remember. I just know it was on the east side.
East side of Atlanta or DeKalb?
Like the cab.
You have any idea where that was? Was it your, like a business? Can you think of a business that you were near, something to help?
I can't remember.
All right, so just kind of walk me through this, and this, you know, I already know a lot of this, but it just helps to have the clear picture as far as what happened. So you shot him, you went back to the car, you grabbed his guns, got in the Mercedes. I know you went back to DeKalb, you went to the apartment complex. I know that after y'all got there that you went back to your house, but just, it needs to be explained. How did you get back to your house? Did they go to the apartment and then you got, like, how did you get back to your house?
I caught a bus to my house.
You caught a bus from the apartment complex or near the apartment complex?
I think I was at the store when I caught the bus. I was leaving the store. I went and got me something to drink. And,
Okay. You still have the guns with you at that point?
I think so.
When did you get rid of the guns?
Like the same day.
The same day? Okay. So tell me this, because this can just kind of help me. You went back to your house.
I never went back to the house with my gun.
You did not take them back to the guns, or to the house. So you got rid of them before you got back to the house.
Yes.
So did you get off the bus somewhere and get rid of them?
I think that is what I did. I think.
Okay. So you got off the bus somewhere. Did you get back on the bus, or did you walk to your house from there?
Did I get back on the bus? I think I got back on the bus.
Okay. So you stopped, you got off the bus, you just ditched the guns in a sewer, and then just got back on the bus, is that right? Think hard, man. Do you remember where that was? Roughly. I mean, it's close to your house, so I mean, it's just a couple miles from the place that they took the Mercedes, so it's got to be somewhat familiar.
Because the bus goes straight down.
What business is near there? I mean, gas station?
I can't.
Okay.
I can't really say.
I guess, I'm curious, what was the conversation like in the car when y'all left QuikTrip?
It was quiet. I just I didn't mean to do it. I was panicking. I really was panicking because I did not mean for that to happen like that. I didn't know what to think. I was just I didn't mean to do it, bro.
I believe you, man. I really do. But, like I said, what's done is done at this point. The most important thing as far as where we're at now is that you did the right thing. Like I said, for nothing else, for that guy's family, for his little girl.
You stood up and you were alone today.
They're going to get some closure, and they're going to know what happened. And they deserve that, and you did the right thing. And I know that's not easy. It's really not. But I can honestly say that based on what I already know, what you said, that I feel confident that you've been honest and truthful with us at this point as to what happened and why it happened the way that it did, and that it wasn't supposed to go that way, but it like you said, things just, I don't remember what your exact words, but you said things just fell out of place, I think. But, we're where we are now, and the family will at least know what happened, and they deserve that. Is there anything else that you want to say to me? We're still going to get your DNA. We still got to do that. And compared to that, I did tell you, you do got the warrant, so you do got to go to jail. It's going to be in the court's hands at this point as far as how it plays out. I don't know how it's going to play out. All I can answer right now is that I'm going to go get a search warrant. I'm going to get your DNA. That won't take but a few minutes once I get the warrant, and then we're going to take you over to the jail, and we'll get you booked in, okay? Do you want to call anybody? You've got your phone. You call your dad or anybody?
I need to call somebody.
You need to call somebody? Okay, that's no problem. I'll go get your phone. You need some more water?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get you some more water. I'll get you your phone. Give me a few minutes. We'll be back in here. We'll let you make some phone calls, okay?
If you need anything, just knock on the door, okay? Yeah, I'll get you a brand new cup so you just keep drinking that.
Detective, did you have an opportunity to speak to Miles Collins?
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you had a chance to review the entirety of the statement?
Yes, sir.
When she was previously been marked states 108, have you had an opportunity to review what's on 108?
Yes, sir, I have.
What's on 108?
This is a redacted copy of my interview that I did with Miles Collins at Gwinnett County Police Headquarters.
Your Honor, we tender States 108 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
108 is admitted without objection.
Before we go into 108, I'd like to follow up and ask some questions about your interview with Mr. Hulie.
Mr. Hulie indicated that he got rid of guns in his statement to you. Did you find evidence to the contrary?
Yes, sir, I did.
What'd you find?
So one of the steps that I took in my investigation was obtaining search warrants to do forensic examinations of each of the defendant's cell phones. When I received the results, the extraction for the forensic examination of Mr. Hulie's phone, I went through that, and I was able to find some text messages as well as photos on the phone that were not consistent with the statement that he gave regarding throwing the guns in a sewer.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and shown to defense counsel as States 109. Do you recognize States 109?
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize States 109?
This is an image of a Smith & Wesson SD9VE firearm. This was a photograph that I located when I personally reviewed the forensic examination of Josiah Hulie's phone.
Did you have an opportunity to be provided a photograph from the victim's mom? It's previously been admitted into evidence that is similar to this, what's shown in States 109?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, Judge, we tender States 109 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 109 is admitted without objection.
What kind of firearm is depicted in States 109?
This is a Smith & Wesson SD9VE.
Judge, permission to publish States 109?
Yes, Mr. Melvin.
Thank you. Is that the photograph that's contained in States 109?
Yes, sir.
No, and I'm so sorry. What kind of firearm did you say it was?
It's a Smith & Wesson SD9VE.
Are there holsters different than a holster for a Glock?
Yes, sir. A lot of holsters in today's market are custom molded for the particular firearm that an individual is going to carry in that holster.
And were y'all able to discover the holster for States 109 that would contain a firearm like States 109?
Yes, sir.
Where'd y'all find that?
We located a empty holster on the passenger side seat of the victim, Bradley Coleman's Dodge Charger, and were able to determine that that holster was manufactured by CYA Supply Company, and it was specifically for a Smith & Wesson SD9VE.
I'm going to show you this been previously introduced into evidence. It's the States Exhibit 38. Ask you to open States 38.
You said you want me to open it?
I did.
No, ma'am, I got it.
What's States 38?
So this is actually a black amberite holster. This is the one that was recovered next to the victim's body.
Now that's next to the victim's body.
Correct.
And an amberite would hold what kind of firearm?
I don't recall being able to determine the specific firearm that this particular holster would hold.
In the defendant's statement, he said that the victim had his gun during the tussle, but the holster that would contain that gun is not the holster that was found by the body. Is that right?
Can you repeat that question?
So in the defendant's statement, he said that they were tussling and the victim was going for his gun, but the holster at the fight scene, or at least the struggle, is not the holster for the victim's firearm. Is that correct?
That is correct. The holster that was recovered next to the victim's body is this holster here, which is not for the Smith & Wesson SD9VE.
So I'm going to ask you to open States 39. States 39. And just for the record, I'm going to take the state where we still States 39.
Do you recognize States 39?
Yes, sir, I do. This is a holster that we recovered off the front passenger seat of Mr. Coleman's Dodge Charger at the scene. It's specifically stamped on the holster CYA Supply Company, and then on the interior of the holster you can see where it's stamped SD9VE, indicating that it's for a Smith & Wesson SD9VE.
Same gun that's depicted on the screen that states 109?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Let's go into some of the cell phone extractions from Mr. Hewlett's phone. You indicated you're able to review those extractions.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did you find messages that were relevant to your investigation?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states. I apologize for the number, Your Honor.
It's okay.
109A. 109A. Is that one of the extractions from Josiah Hule's phone that you were able to review relevant to this investigation?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that extraction contains a conversation. What does it contain?
This is a text message that was sent from Josiah Hule's phone. It was sent on July 10th, 2022 at 12:52 p.m. It says, "Bruh, I got to talk to you, bruh."
Okay. And if you'll remove states 109A and flip through that. Does states 109 contain the entire conversation minutes after the homicide on July 10th, 2022 from Mr. Hule's phone?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, would tender states 109A?
No objection.
Your Honor, if I may just see it. please.
Certainly.
Your Honor, the only objection I have would be to texts that are explicitly from some unknown person.
I'm going to overrule that objection. I'm going to admit 109A over objection. I'm sorry, you haven't tendered it.
I tendered it.
Oh, you did tender, okay, I'm sorry, okay, I'm going to admit it over Ms. Drake's objection.
Minutes after the homicide from Josiah Hule, would you read Mr. Hule's statement?
You want me to read each of the statements from Mr. Hulie?
Yes.
The first one says, "Bruh, I got to talk to you, bruh," followed by, "But I can't say it over the phone, bruh. Some shit just happened, bruh. Bruh, I'm in the car. I'm so blows. Bruh, we got to get out this car, wipe it down. What do you mean?" More stuff like, "What? My bad, I was OTP, but I'm in the car. OTW home. I'm just stay out the way, it too much going on."
Thank you. If you'll rebag that for me.
In reference to the firearm, and the firearm being thrown away, did you see a conversation between Josiah Hule attempting to sell that firearm?
Yes, sir, I did.
I show you it's been previously marked as states 110, and ask if you'll look through it.
May I see that briefly, please?
Certainly.
Ask you to take a moment and familiarize yourself with States 110.
Do you recognize States 110?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is States 110?
These are additional text messages that were recovered off of Josiah Hulie's off of his phone. These particular messages are messages where he was trying to sell the firearm that he had stolen from the scene.
Your Honor, there's been no evidence that that picture is the gun that was taken from the vehicle.
Okay. Response.
Did Josiah Hulie's phone and the cell phone extraction?
Names, photographs within.
Yes, sir.
What's States 109, is that a photograph that was contained on Josiah Hulie's phone in the phone extraction?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same photograph contained within the messages of States 110?
Yes, sir, it is.
Judge, will you read States 110?
Your Honor, I object again. There is a picture in his phone. They have not established that that gun is the gun that they are saying was in the victim's vehicle or the victim's gun.
Okay. I'm going to overrule your objection. The State's Exhibit 110 comes in over objection.
Thank you. Permission to publish statement.
Well, would you read the statements of Josiah Hulie in his attempt to sell the firearm?
And Your Honor, if I could just object for just a second, the objection was to the question that was being asked, labeling it, speaking evidence that is not before this jury.
Okay.
For the actual exhibit itself, it would just be the same previous objection about other people's comments.
Okay.
But I understand that the court's ruling.
Thank you. Could you read Josiah Hulie's statement trying to sell the gun?
He says, "Yo, you trying to buy this gun, twin?"
Let me stop you real quick. When did he send that message?
This message was sent on July 10th, 2022 at 2:26 p.m.
And when did the shooting occur?
12:38 p.m. on July 10th, 2022.
Right. Please go ahead.
The next text message from Mr. Hulie's phone is an image of a firearm. It's the same image that was recovered from the forensic examination of his phone, the Smith & Wesson SD9 VE. There's no additional text in that message. It's just a picture of the firearm.
This contained on the screen? This same picture that's up there?
Yes, sir, correct.
Thank you.
And then he says he's going to sell it for $300 RN, twin. And the next message says, already sold it.
Thank you. You can push that back in there. Thank you. Were you able to review cell phone extractions of Mr. Booker?
Yes, sir.
And we've been discussing communications. In that cell phone extraction from Mr. Booker's phone, were you able to retrieve anything of interest?
Yes, sir.
Shooting was been marked as State's Exhibit number 11.
Do you recognize States 11?
Yes, sir, I do. This is a photograph that I recovered off of David Booker's phone when the forensic examination was completed. This is a photograph of Mr. Booker's driver's license, or I'm sorry, his identification card. It's not a driver's license.
Okay. And do you know from Mr. Booker's phone where that was sent to?
This is the same image that was sent to Zarek Reynolds for the purchase of the, for the rental of the Mercedes.
With Timber States 111 at this time. No objection, Judge.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 111 is admitted without objection.
Can people rent cars with IDs, Georgia IDs?
It just depends on the type of rental it is, and what I mean by that is you can rent cars a variety of different ways. You can go to Enterprise and rent a vehicle. You can rent a vehicle through apps such as Turo, which allows people, private individuals that own vehicles, to rent their vehicles out. You could rent individuals from other people like Zarek Reynolds. The way that he did his was more advertised on social media and word of mouth. There's different ways to rent vehicles out. People that rent them out, whether it's a legitimate company, an individual, whoever it is, they all have different policies and procedures for what they're going to require to rent a vehicle to somebody.
I'd like to direct your attention to the interview with Miles Collins. And Judge, with your permission, I'd like to publish that interview at this time.
Mr. Melvin Collins?
Yes, ma'am, Station 108.
Okay, I've got 108 Booker interview. Maybe I've got it wrong. Is it Collins?
Yes, ma'am, I'm so sorry, Judge.
No, that's okay. I may have written it down wrong. So,
How long's the video?
7 minutes.
all right, so 108 is Collins.
Judge, Mr. Lewis brings up a point, this question. Comfort break?
Certainly, certainly.
Thank you.
Let's take a 10-minute morning break. Well, mid-morning break. We are off the record. Hello, Lawrence, cameraman. All right, we'll be down for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you,
Can I just put one thing on the record?
Certainly.
Can you, when you're back in your office, can you look at the Durden versus State case at 318 Georgia, 729? It's a March 19, 2024 case. I'm gonna have a
emotion?
a motion for curative instructions when you come back after.
All right.
It's 318 Georgia, 729. Thank you.
Do you have enough water?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is
Let
it all
me
right if I
know.
step down?
Let me know. No, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to inform you that identification of any of these three defendants is for you as the fact finder to find. You have, Detective Harrison may have an opinion about any of the Texaco videos or the QT videos as to who are on them, but he cannot testify as to the identity. It is that is in your purview and for you to determine the truth of that. All right, state.
May I present?
Certainly.
Thank you. I'm going to pull up the images, stage 1 and 9, before we go to Mr. Collins' interview, and ask if there's anything significant about this firearm that you noted when you were doing the cell phone extraction off of Mr. Hule's phone.
Yes, sir. I noticed that there was some distinct damage to the rear slide of this firearm.
Can you step down and point it out?
Look right there, you can see that little blemish, the black blemish on the silver firearm. That's not normal. That's the damage that there is on the slide.
Can my jury see that? Or does anybody need to come down?
The issue has been previously admitted into evidence in States 2, a photograph provided by Ms. Coleman. Do you see any similarities between States 2 and States 1 and 9?
Yes, sir, I do. In this image that was provided by Mrs. Coleman of the victim's firearm, I can see that there is very similar damage in a similar location on this particular firearm.
I'm showing States 2 to the jury. I'm expanding it a little bit. Can you step down and point out the defect that you're talking about on States 2?
Yes, sir. The damage is right there, that little black blemish on the silver slide of the firearm.
And then let's go back, but don't go there yet. Don't go yet. All right, I'm sorry. Pull up the other image, all right? And let me see if I can zoom in. Thank you. I can't zoom in, but where my cursor is that the same location as the blemish that you're talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, you can grab a seat. Thank you so much. Your Honor, this time we're going to publish States 108, which is the redacted interview with Moscow.
Okay.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. You understand these rights are explained to you? Okay. Have these rights in mind you wish to talk to us now? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, man. You go by Miles. Is it cool if I call you Miles, or you prefer to be called something else? Okay. All right. So, like I said, Miles, we got to talk about what happened out there at the QuikTrip, okay?
I don't say, I need to get this out of the way.
Okay. Go ahead.
I rented the Mercedes-Benz, but I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't there. To whatever y'all talking about, I wasn't there. I wasn't there at the scene, none of that. I don't know what y'all talking about. But I do know about that Benz. I rented that Benz.
Okay. So you rented the Mercedes.
Yes.
Okay, so tell me about that. Let's just start with that.
I don't remember.
A couple Fridays ago, does that sound right?
I guess.
Okay. So just tell me about that. You rented the Mercedes. What was the reason that you rented it?
I just needed to play around.
Okay. So how long did you have that car for?
I like that day.
A day?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you got it on a Friday, what? You're saying the next day you didn't have it anymore?
Mm.
Okay. What'd you do with it?
I had let somebody use it.
Who?
One of my partners.
Okay. And who was that?
I don't even know the real name.
What's his street name?
What do you call him?
Nickname?
Man.
What is it? Man?
Man.
Okay. So you said you let Man use it?
Yes.
Okay. What did Man do with it?
And he gave me 120. I realized I need the money back that I paid for it. So I had to let somebody use it.
Okay. And you don't know what he did with it after that?
No.
Okay. So tell me about I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying I just met up with him goddamn later and got that shit back.
Okay. So tell me about what you did after you gave him the car. So you rented the car, you had it for a day, you gave it to Man. Tell me about your next couple days after that.
Yeah, after that, I turned it back in.
You turned it back in?
The next day,
Okay. How'd you get the car back?
I had to meet him on Covington Highway.
You met Man on Covington Highway?
Yes.
Was anybody with Man?
Yeah, some light skinned. Some light skinned.
Okay.
And then when you got the car, you went and returned it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where'd you return it?
I'm gonna say like Panola, I think.
Okay. Was it just you that went and returned it?
Me. And
So you got it on Thursday, you kept it for a day, and then you gave it to Man the next day, so that was on Friday? What time on Friday?
it was early,
Like in the morning?
like 9, 10.
In the morning? Okay.
Let them need somebody.
So here's my only issue with that. You gave the car to Man Friday morning. So here you are at a Texaco in Atlanta on Lindbergh Drive with the car that Friday night. I'm sorry, Saturday morning. Saturday morning at about 1:30 a.m.
Yeah.
So you still had the car. So
Saturday.
Like Saturday, early morning, like late Friday night after midnight, early Saturday morning.
that's fine. I mean, you cannot remember it, but I'm telling
I
you.
remember wearing his outfit, but I don't remember.
Yeah. I'd say the dunks are nice. The off-whites. Yeah.
But I don't remember.
You were in the Mercedes, you were driving, okay? Because we both watched the video, okay? We saw the Mercedes pull up to the Texaco over there in Atlanta early Saturday morning after midnight, so Friday night going into Saturday. So after you're telling me that you already gave the car to this Man dude, you were there for like 30 minutes, y'all were out, you were looking at the car.
I ain't gonna cut, but I don't remember.
Okay.
You don't remember like the
I remember like
that's
like,
fine.
You know what I'm saying? I remember.
But like, I'm curious, like, cause y'all were looking like under the car. Like, what was going on with that? Do you remember? Like, did y'all run over something?
No,
Or like
drop it.
Drop the trans?
The gas thingy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, cause we saw y'all like looking under and driving. So that's what.
The
Gas cap. Gotcha.
And it just disappeared. Or I think one.
So what you remember with this night? What did y'all do after?
I don't know, I think we went back to Latonia. I think. But I ain't gonna count, I don't remember. Right. I remember this outfit though.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that outfit. I don't remember exactly what happened that night. I remember going back to Latonia though. From wherever we was at.
So you went back to Lithonia, and then did what?
I don't know, I think we smoked and went to sleep. Or we fell asleep.
Okay. So when did you give this car to this Man guy then?
I can't tell you a day because I don't even remember what days this was wearing his outfit. I don't wear his outfit like 2-3 times after that.
All right. Well, so I'm telling you that was Friday night going into Saturday morning. So if you went back to Lithonia and smoked and went to sleep early Saturday morning, then that's Saturday. So what happened after that? You're saying you gave the car to this other guy, but I'm just trying to determine when that was. That's
So
all.
if you're saying we went to Latonia, 9 times out of 10 I gave it to him after this. After when we went back to Latonia, he fell asleep, woke up, I seen him, and then I told him I had this for sale, and he just told him bring it back to me. And he brought it back to me.
What time did you bring it back to you?
I think I want to say like 2. I think. I don't know, I remember returning the car back at like 3 something.
So, to direct your attention, who has previously been admitted into evidence is 70A. Is this the photograph that you showed Miles Collins during the interview,
Yes, sir, it is.
which he acknowledged that he recognized this was?
Yes, sir.
Let's show 70B. Sorry. Thank you. And that was a screenshot from the Texaco gas station that's previously been admitted as 68.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, let's talk about cell site location information and whether that's consistent with Mr. Collins' story.
Did you have an opportunity to review the CSLI and the timing advance data for Mr. Collins' cell phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
And was that consistent with his story that he had given his card to a man?
No, sir, it was not.
In what way?
So in the interview with Mr. Collins, like he said, he gave the car to an individual that he only knew as Man, and that he wasn't at the QuikTrip that day. He had no knowledge of what I was talking about at the QuikTrip, that he was at his house in Lithonia off of Covington Highway. However, when we examined the cell site location information from Mr. Collins' phone, I was able to, and excuse me, I'm going to review just a few of my notes here so I make sure I get these times and dates right. On July 10th, 2022, which was the day of the homicide, Mr. Collins received a phone call at 11:23 a.m., and the cell site location information for that phone call showed that Mr. Collins' phone was in the area of Peachtree Corners, in the area of the QuikTrip at 5255 Peachtree Parkway. And the reason that that's significant is that that phone call was received, placing his phone in the area of the QuikTrip 3 minutes before that Mercedes was first captured on the flock camera pulling into the Forum Shopping Center, which specifically is not consistent with Mr. Collins' statement that he was not there that day, that he was at his house in Lithonia.
I'm going to publish State 68. It's camera 6. It's the camera 6 ending in 1500. Y'all had asked questions of Mr. Collins about looking into the car. And what was he looking in the car for in his statement?
He told us that they had dropped the gas cap, the fuel cap for the Mercedes, and that they were looking for it under the vehicle.
Okay, I paused the video. It's on the video as 134:04. And did you see Mr. Collins look in the car?
Yes, sir, I did.
Thank you. All right. Did you have an opportunity to review the cell phone messages between Mr. Collins and Jeremiah Pledger?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And by the way, before I move to those, let me just, that Texaco video, how many hours was it before the homicide of Bradley Coleman?
That Texaco footage was July 9th from 1:17 a.m. to 1:43 a.m. The homicide occurred July 10th at 12:38 p.m. So approximately close to 24 hours.
So immediately after the homicide, I believe that you talked about cell phone extractions. We do have the evidence in the record of Jeremiah Pledger and Mr. Collins' texts to one another. Were there texts that were significant to you as a detective?
Yes, sir, there were.
What were they?
So when I reviewed the forensic examination of Ms. Pledger's phone, the very first, when you go into the messages, just like I'm sure on any of your phones, you'll see the most recent text message thread. The most recent text message thread was with an individual that she had saved in her phone as Miles. She had that individual saved under the phone number 678 542-6398, which we were able to associate as being associated with Miles Collins. In the messages, the first message that I saw was, and again, I'm going to refer to my notes if that's okay, just so I get this right. July 10th, 2022 at 12:54 p.m., Collins sent a message to Pledger that read, "Can you try to hurry up? I got to turn this car in." Collins then sent another message at 1:04 p.m. that read, "Turnberry Place, Lithonia." And at 1:32 p.m., Collins sent a message that said, "Okay, and this my exact location." And at that time, Collins shared his Apple Maps location, which if you're familiar with that, when you're in Apple Maps, you can just share it, and it'll share your location based on the GPS data of where your phone, your device is at that time. So Collins shared his Apple Maps location, which showed him to be at Creekside Corners Apartments. That was at 1:32 p.m. And then on July 10th, 2022 at 1:04 p.m., Pledger received a text message from David Booker's phone, and that phone number was 470-342-9346, and that text message read 11109 Turnberry Place, Lithonia.
Is that address significant?
Yes, sir. That was the address for Creekside Corners Apartments Complex, and that was the apartment complex that the Mercedes was returned to Zarek Reynolds later that afternoon or shortly that after.
Thank you, Detective. No further questions.
Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Harrison, good morning, still morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. Obviously, you and I have spoken before this case, other cases. If I ask you a question you don't understand, you just let me know, and then I'll try to rephrase it, all right?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Okay, let me start here. You indicated that slighter crimes have been happening for about 20 years. Is that right?
No, that wasn't specifically what I said. I said that push-to-start ignitions have been around in vehicles for approximately 20 years. I know Dodge, I think Dodge Chargers started implementing them around approximately 2007. What I said was the push-to-start ignitions have been around for close to 20 years based on that, and that as slighter crimes became more prolific, that many auto manufacturers changed the technology associated with those push-to-start ignitions.
All right, you've been in law enforcement for about 20 years, is that right?
14 years.
Fantastic. That term slighter is relatively new, less than 5 years old. Is that fair to say?
I don't know specifically how long we've been using that term. I was assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division, to the General Crimes Unit that I spoke about, the Property Crimes Unit, where I first got most of my experience investigating slighter crimes in 2019. So I have most of my relevant experience investigating slighter crimes over the course of the last 5 years. As far as how long the term has been commonly used in law enforcement, I'm really not sure about that.
All right, and we obviously know the crime existed, but the frequency of the crime to the point that it's given a name, you don't know that law enforcement was referring to it as slighter crimes before 2019. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
You were the lead detective on this case?
Yes, sir.
Were there any fingerprints or DNA recovered from the QT that related back to David Booker?
No, sir.
You had a chance to interview David Booker, is that right?
No, sir. I did not personally interview David Booker. He was interviewed by Sergeant Jorstad and Sergeant York.
Fantastic. And the same way you viewed that QT video about 1,000 times, you had a chance to also review David Booker's interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in his interview, David Booker denied being present at the QT where the shooting occurred. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
He was also shown a still photo from the Texaco and denied that that was him also. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
When did you learn his date of birth, David Booker's?
When the photograph of the identification card was provided to me from Lazarick Fielder, I got the date of birth off of the driver's license.
Okay, did you confirm if that date of birth was correct on the Georgia identification card?
Yes, sir. Once I received the Georgia identification card, one of the first things I did was run the information on that card, the name, date of birth, identification number through GCIC to verify that it was a valid driver's or identification card and that I did get a valid return matching the information that was displayed on the identification card.
Fantastic. And you also took warrants for David Booker, is that right?
Yes, sir.
7.
I'm going to show you what's going to be marked D7.
And I'm gonna ask you if you recognize what D7 is?
Yes, sir, I recognize it.
All right, it's a photocopy of one of the charges, specifically the search warrant against David Booker, is that right?
This is the arrest warrant for one of the charges, yes, sir.
The arrest warrant, got you. The date of birth on the arrest warrant, what's the date of birth on the arrest warrant for David Booker?
0927-2001.
September 27, 2001, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. David was arrested, let me ask this question. Was David arrested before you prepared the search warrant, or was David arrested after you prepared the arrest warrant? Was David arrested before you prepared the arrest warrant or after you prepared the arrest warrant?
He was arrested after the arrest warrant was issued by a judge.
Okay, and David was arrested on what day?
I do not recall the exact day that he was arrested. I believe it was July 20th. I was out of town on the day that he was arrested. I didn't participate in that. So I think it was July 20th, 2022, but I may be wrong about that.
That's fine. So as best as you can tell, as the lead detective, David was arrested about 10 days after the shooting. Is that right?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Okay. I want to make sure I have this right. The video at the Texaco, where the folks are looking underneath the Mercedes for the gas cap, that's about 36 hours prior to the shooting at QT. Is that right? We could take our time. That's important. I don't want to be, because I know it's the day before, numerically, right?
Yes, sir. I misspoke. Previously, I said approximately 24 hours, but you would be correct. It would be closer to 36 hours after the Texaco footage.
I got you. You thought that, based on your review of the QT video, that there might have been a toll reader on the Mercedes. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have a chance to look at the Mercedes?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, when you located the Mercedes, what was the plate on the Mercedes?
It was C as in Charlie, V as in Victor, 90487, and that was out of the state of Illinois.
Illinois plate. And you had a chance to look at the Mercedes when? In relationship to the homicide? 2 days later, a week later?
It was recovered several days after. I don't have the exact date that it was recovered. It was recovered, I believe, within 2 or 3 days of the homicide.
I got you. Did you take photos of the Mercedes when you recovered it?
Our crime scene personnel took photographs when we executed the search warrant on it.
And what you described to the jury as a toll reader, what was it actually? Was it a toll reader?
Yes, sir. It was a toll reader that we located. When we executed the search warrant on the vehicle, it was located on the windshield, consistent with what I observed in the QuikTrip surveillance footage.
Was it an active toll reader or expired toll reader?
I'm not sure as to the status of it.
But it was a toll reader, as best you could tell, that wasn't operational in Georgia. Is that right?
I don't know for sure. I'm mostly just familiar with the Peach Pass lane here in the metro Atlanta area. I know we have some other toll roads that I don't personally travel. I'm not sure if that particular toll reader can be used with any of our toll roads here in Georgia.
So as best you could tell, it definitely wasn't a Peach Pass. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. I would agree with that.
I got you. I want to ask you about the QT. It's at 5255. Give me the street name again.
Peachtree Parkway.
Peachtree Parkway. Are there any flock cameras going south on Peachtree Parkway from the QT where the shooting occurred?
I don't recall if there were any additional flock cameras going south past the QuikTrip. I know there were going northbound.
Okay. Did you see the vehicle, the Mercedes with the Illinois plate? Was it captured going northbound on Peachtree Parkway at some time prior to the shooting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was captured where?
It was captured at Spalding Drive and Peachtree Parkway, heading in the direction of the QuikTrip.
And that was at what time?
That was at, again, I'm going to refer to my notes so I don't get it wrong. That was captured, the Mercedes was captured by camera number 49 at Spalding Drive and Peachtree Parkway, heading towards the QuikTrip on July 10th, 2022 at 11:53 a.m.
11:53 a.m. And the shooting occurred about 12:35 p.m., is that right?
12:38.
12:38 p.m. So it was about 45 minutes in between the last flock camera and the shooting. Is that fair to say?
Approximately.
I got you. Is it fair to say that no flock camera captures the Illinois Mercedes? You know what I mean by that, right? The Mercedes with the Illinois plate that you believe was the getaway vehicle. Is it fair to say that there were no flock cameras that caught that vehicle after it exited the QT?
Are you asking about like a specific time frame? Was it captured after that?
Anytime after the shooting, was the Mercedes with the Illinois license plate captured on flock camera?
Yes, it was.
Where and at what time?
I'm sorry, no. Well, yes, it was. I don't have the date and time that it was captured on a flock camera. It was later captured on a flock camera, which ultimately led to us recovering that vehicle. There was a couple of days where we didn't receive any flock hits for that vehicle, but it eventually went mobile again, and that's what ultimately led to the recovery of it in Clayton County.
Okay, so as I'm listening to you, I'm hearing that there may have been a day or days in between the shooting and the next time that the Mercedes was captured on the flock camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Clegg?
Yes, thank you, Your Detective Harrison, I just have a few questions for you, sir. You began your testimony by talking about slider crimes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had actually worked in the General Detective Division, and pursuant to that responsibility, you would have had occasion to investigate a number of slider crimes. Is that a fair statement, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Slider crimes are, for the most part, based on your experience, non-confrontational. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. They intend to commit the crime without the victim knowing that it's occurring.
Okay. The idea behind the slider crime is for whomever is stealing a car to get in the car unbeknownst to the owner of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the idea is to get away before the victim is actually aware that the individual has gained control of their car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've had occasion to investigate how many slider crimes would you say?
I don't know the specific number. I investigated numerous ones when I was in the General Crimes Unit. Most of those, like I said earlier, pertain to entering autos where they were typically trying to steal property from inside the vehicle, maybe get inside the vehicle and take somebody's purse while they were pumping gas. And then I investigated numerous other ones in the robbery unit that were investigated more along the lines of carjackings.
But not specifically talking about a carjacking, but talking about slider crimes, typically because they are done by stealth, a weapon is not exhibited, correct?
Typically, in a traditional slider crime, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is to get in the car, get away from the scene without the victim even knowing what was happening, correct?
Yes, sir.
The idea is to not present a weapon to the victim, correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, you basically, do you recall specifically what time the 911 call came in reporting the incident at the QT?
I do not.
It would have been shortly after 12:38. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I would agree with that. The surveillance video showed that the shooting occurred right at 12:38 p.m., so I would expect the 911 call to be sometime shortly thereafter.
And there was some folks at the QT who actually made the 911 calls, correct?
Yes, sir.
There was a gentleman across the street who has testified in this trial. I believe his name was Owen Waits. He made a 911 call, did he not?
I believe so. I don't recall the names of every individual. There were numerous people that made the 911 call that were not on scene when I arrived that I didn't speak to personally.
And you had an opportunity to interview a number of these folks while you were at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many civilians did you interview who observed something that had occurred at the QT?
I personally interviewed 2 civilians at the QuikTrip. Only one of them actually observed the incident itself. The other one, she arrived after the victim was already lying on the ground.
Were there other individuals who you didn't necessarily interview yourself, but who were interviewed by representatives of the Gwinnett County Police Department?
I believe a few of the initial callers may have been interviewed by patrol officers when they first arrived, but they were not on scene when I got there. I'm not 100% certain on that.
That's fine, sir. And sometime, do you recall the approximate number of civilian witnesses who were interviewed at or about the QuikTrip back on July the 10th of 2022 by any representative of the police department, sir?
I do not. All I can testify to confidently is the number of witnesses that I personally interviewed.
One of the people interviewed was a gentleman by the name of Stanislav Volkanov. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
I believe it was pronounced Stanislav Volkanov.
Whomever.
Pretty close.
Bottom line is, he was an individual who was driving a BMW on that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have watched the video, it may be a tad hyperbolic, but you said about 1,000 times, right?
It's been a lot.
Okay, fair enough, sir. And you can see a BMW in the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
What transpires when you see the video and see the BMW is that when the Dodge Charger is starting to back out, it hits the BMW, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was the vehicle being driven by, I'm going to refer to him by his first name since I'll butcher his last name, Stanislav, correct?
Correct.
He would have been the closest civilian witness to the actual incident when it began, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually took a recorded statement from him, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
He was able to give you a partial description of a license plate of the Mercedes, correct?
A partial description, yes.
He was not able to give you a tag number, correct?
That's correct.
And just so we all understand each other, when you looked at that video numerous time after time after time, you never could specifically identify a tag number, could you?
No, sir, not from the video.
Now, you looked at it and thought, this license plate appears to be out of state, correct?
That was a combination of both my personal observations as well as the statement that I received from Mr. Volkanov when I interviewed him.
And he described the license plate as having some sort of blue in it, correct?
Yes, sir. He was confident that it was an out-of-state tag and that it had blue on the license plate.
And specifically, he referenced the state of Kansas in his statement to you, did he not?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, did you also interview, hold on a second. Now, there was one shell casing at the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
That shell casing was outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would have had occasion to examine the interior of the Dodge Charger, correct?
Correct.
There were no shell casings found inside the interior of the Dodge Charger, were there?
No, sir.
That would be consistent with no shots having been fired inside of the Dodge Charger, correct?
Not necessarily. I would not be able to make that determination based solely on the location of the fired cartridge casing, no, sir.
Based on your interview of witnesses who were present, based on the interview of, not necessarily your interview, but police interviews of witnesses present, and lack of damage to the interior of the car, you found no evidence to suggest that any shots were fired inside the car, correct? And when I say the car, I mean the Charger, right?
Correct. I would agree and acknowledge that I did not find any evidence that there was a shot fired inside the car. All I was trying to clarify is that based on the location of the shell casing alone, I couldn't make that determination.
And the bottom line was there was no blood found inside the Dodge Charger, correct?
I don't recall there being any blood found in the Dodge Charger, but I'm not 100% certain.
Now, did the Dodge Charger have a center console?
I believe it did.
Now, when we first see the Dodge Charger depicted in the video at the QuikTrip, the driver's side door is closed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the passenger side door is closed, correct?
I don't remember. I don't know if I could tell if the passenger side door was closed or not based on the location, based on how it was parked, because the surveillance footage was at an angle from the driver's side, and I honestly don't remember if the passenger side was closed or open.
Do you recall when the Dodge Charger was beginning to back up and wound up striking the BMW, whether the passenger side door would have been open or closed?
So the passenger side door was open at some point when Mr. Coleman entered the vehicle, but again, the surveillance footage, it's not entirely clear what is going on the passenger side of the vehicle based on the angle.
Is it fair to say that based on your observations of the video, that Mr. Coleman did not enter the vehicle or open the passenger side door until the car had actually moved?
Yes, I would agree with that.
So the car was in the process of pulling away apparently before Mr. Coleman knew what was happening, correct?
Based on the video, it appeared that the vehicle, and I say the vehicle, the Dodge Charger started to back up. Once it struck the BMW behind it, that's when I could see the altercation taking place inside the vehicle. As far as exactly which moment Mr. Coleman entered the vehicle, whether it was after it struck the Mercedes or if he, obviously I don't know what Mr. Coleman observed. I don't know if Mr. Coleman noticed that the vehicle had begun moving prior to it striking the Mercedes. I just know that after the Dodge Charger struck the Mercedes, at that point I was able to see an altercation taking place inside the vehicle.
And just so we're clear, the Dodge Charger never struck the Mercedes, did it?
I'm sorry, I misspoke. The BMW. It struck the BMW.
Now, the evidence, it appeared that Mr. Coleman was putting air in his tires, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell from looking at the video whether he was putting air on the passenger side, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell whether he was putting air on the passenger side front tire or the passenger side back tire?
No, sir, I couldn't determine that.
Okay. Now, when you arrived at the scene, was the Dodge Charger still running?
I don't remember.
Do you know, based on your own investigation, whether when Mr. Coleman was putting air in the tires, whether the Charger was running or not?
I do not know if the car was running at the time he was putting air in his tires.
Now, it did have a push-button start, the Dodge Charger, correct?
Yes, sir.
And a Dodge Charger is who's fooling who, a badass car, right?
That's a matter of opinion.
You're not necessarily disagreeing with that, is that a fair statement?
I'm not personally a fan of them, but like I said, it's a opinion.
And when, there's something called, you see Dodge ads on occasion, and there are there's one ad, I haven't seen it in a while, but there's two yahoos talking about a Dodge having a Hemi, whatever on earth a Hemi is. Do you know whether this Dodge Charger had a Hemi?
I don't remember the specific engine that was in this vehicle, no.
Do you know whether this particular vehicle would have caused, or would have resulted in a noise being generated when you pushed the button to start the car?
When you say, would it generate
To start the car, to ignite the car's gonna make a noise, right?
Yeah, I would expect that you would hear the normal sound of an engine starting and turning over when you push the ignition.
I mean, the Dodge Charger was not a hybrid or electric vehicle, was it not?
It was not a hybrid or electric.
Okay, so that if the car was stopped or had been turned off and then someone pushed the button to start it, it would result in a noise, right?
Yes, sir.
That noise would be apparent to someone who was in very close proximity to the car, correct?
Possibly.
Mr. Coleman would have been in very close proximity to the car at that time, correct?
That's correct.
Obviously, if he's putting air in his front passenger side tire, it would be he'd be right next to the engine, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, again, we don't know what alerts his attention as to the car moving, but obviously when the car strikes another car, it's going to cause a noise as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there is in fact a collision, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see damage to the Dodge Charger, however minimal it might have been?
I honestly don't recall.
You don't recall? And did you see damage to Stanislav's car, the BMW, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, Mr. Coleman was a big guy, right?
I don't recall his exact height and weight. I mean, he was larger than me.
I mean, you didn't measure his body, but I mean, he was a tall, big guy, right?
I would say he was tall.
Okay, and he got in the passenger side of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
He got in the front seat of the passenger side of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
He ultimately wound up coming out on the driver's side of the car, correct?
Correct.
He would have had to come over the center console, would he not?
Yes, sir.
His holster, which I think has been admitted into evidence and which you identified, perhaps one of those items you have right there, was found inside the car, right?
Yes, sir.
It was found where inside the car?
I believe it was located on the passenger side floorboard.
And would it have been on the seat, on the floorboard, if you recall, sir?
I'm pretty sure that the holster was located on the passenger side floorboard.
Okay, I'm sorry, you may have just said that, I apologize. Okay, so the bottom line is, you say you can see some sort of struggle or confrontation taking place inside the car, right?
Yes, sir.
And can you see, and you can't see all that much inside the car, but you can see something going on, right?
Yes, sir.
You can tell there are two people inside the car, right?
Honestly, you can't tell how many people are inside the car. I made an inference based on seeing one of the suspects enter the vehicle, seeing Mr. Coleman enter the vehicle. There was nobody else on scene at the time that we arrived, so that was an assumption that I made, but you can't actually see well enough inside the vehicle to say for sure that there wasn't anybody else in the vehicle.
The windows of that particular vehicle tinted, and when I say that vehicle, I mean the Charger.
I believe so.
Okay, but the bottom line is, whatever struggle takes place, how long does that struggle go on for?
Seconds.
Seconds. And then the individuals come out of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
The individual who is attempting to steal the car comes out first, right?
Yeah, I believe so. They kind of came out simultaneously, but the individual that was attempting to steal the car was closer to, if you're watching the QuikTrip footage, was closer to you, so that's probably fairly accurate.
That person would have been in the driver's seat, correct?
They came out the driver's side.
Yeah, fair enough, okay. Now, Mr. Hulie made a statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And indicated he was trying to get away from Mr. Coleman, correct?
Yes, sir.
May not have used Mr. Coleman's name, but specifically said, I'm trying to get away, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hulie made no statement about having his gun out inside the car, did he?
No.
He repeatedly told you during the course of that interview, I was trying to get away and I was trying to convey that fact to Mr. Coleman, correct?
Correct.
Is there any, I mean, there is, based on your observation, could you tell whether Mr. Coleman came out of the car on his own on the driver's side or whether he was pulled out of the car?
So when I reviewed the surveillance footage, it appeared to me that he was pulled out of the vehicle. Again, that's my observation based on what I was seeing. I believe that he was pulled out of the vehicle. I understand that Mr. Hulie made a statement to the contrary of that in the interview, but if you're asking me what my opinion was based on my observations, it looked like he was pulled out of the vehicle.
If Mr. Hulie pulled that individual, Mr. Coleman, out of the car, he would have probably, given the size of Mr. Coleman, needed to use both hands, correct?
Just depends on the strength of the individuals that are involved.
Well, I mean, it would be much easier to do it with two hands than one, correct?
Correct.
If Mr. Hulie had a gun in his hand at the time, it would have made it more difficult for him to pull Mr. Coleman out of the car, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. And you not see, looking at the video, whether or not Mr. Hulie had a gun in his hand when he first got out of the car, correct?
I couldn't make that determination one way or the other at that time.
Okay. Could you tell whether or not, excuse me, could you tell whether or not Mr. Coleman had a gun in his hand when he got out of the car?
No, sir, I could not tell.
Okay. But I mean, he had a holster inside the car, right?
Correct.
This is a dumb question, and everybody knows the answer, but I'll ask it nonetheless. A holster is an item in which you carry a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
So it is reasonable to infer that Mr. Coleman, one, either had the gun on his person when he was outside putting his hair in his tires, or took the gun out of the holster while he was inside the car struggling with whomever. Fair enough?
I don't know that I would say that he either had it in his pants outside or he had it on him when he was outside putting air in the tires. And the reason that I'm saying that is based on the statement that was provided by Mr. Hulie, that when he got into the vehicle, he observed the firearm on the passenger seat of the Dodge Charger. As far as making a determination or an inference as to whether or not Mr. Coleman pulled the firearm out of the holster inside the vehicle, I don't know, because like I already said, I can't tell exactly what's going on inside the vehicle other than there's an altercation taking place. There was some sort of a struggle. Whether there was a struggle over that firearm inside the vehicle, again, I don't know. For all I know, Mr. Hulie pulled that firearm out of the holster. I don't know.
Simply don't know. Okay. But the bottom line is when they got outside of the car is when the shot was fired, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Coleman was approximately 8 to 10 feet, maybe even a little further from the driver's side of his own car, right?
Thereabout. Again, as far as exact measurements, I don't know. They were fairly close. I would say probably 10, 15 feet would be my guess based on what I remember.
In that 10 to 15 feet, based on your recollection, there was no blood from the driver's side door until you got to his body, right?
So the thing about the thing about the blood that I recall from the scene is obviously there was a very large pool of blood, as I'm sure you saw in the crime scene photos. The parking lot slightly ran downhill, so there was a large pool of blood next to Mr. Coleman's body, but there was also blood that had begun running downhill in the direction of the Charger. So it depends on what kind of blood pattern you're asking me about.
Okay, there was blood that seemed to come from his body after it had been on the ground, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but as far as having been shot until he got to the actual location where his body was, there is no indication that, well, was there a struggle outside of the car prior to him getting shot?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and could you tell who was the aggressor and who was trying to flee?
Yeah, at that time, based on what I observed, it looked like Mr. Hulie was the aggressor. Mr. Hulie was on top of Mr. Coleman. Mr. Hulie pulled an item out of his pants while standing over Mr. Coleman. He dropped it on the ground. It was actually 2 items, and based on that, I made an inference that one of those objects was the firearm, one of those objects was the empty holster that we recovered next to the victim, because after Mr. Hulie pulled that item out of his pants, he dropped it on the ground, he picked it up. Mr. Coleman, the victim, started trying to stand up at that point, and you can clearly see in the video, Mr. Hulie raises what I believe to be the firearm and shot Mr. Coleman in the head.
Do you see Mr. Hulie pull Mr. Coleman that 10 to 15 feet from the driver's side door of the Charger to the location where Mr. Coleman's body winds up?
I didn't see him directly pull him over there. They spill out of the vehicle. Like I said, to me, it looked like Mr. Hulie pulled Mr. Coleman out of the vehicle. I understand that contradicts what Mr. Hulie said in his interview, and then there was an ongoing physical altercation from the time that they spill out of the car to the time that Mr. Coleman was shot in the head.
But you do not, of your own recollection, and again, you've watched this, again, I don't know if 1,000 times is fair, but if you watched it a lot, you don't actually see Mr. Hulie pull Mr. Coleman that 10 to 15 feet away from the car, do you?
I think that's fair I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, there are certain things found at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
There is a holster that it apparently does not belong to Mr. Coleman's gun, correct?
That's correct.
Because that holster belonging to Mr. Coleman is found inside the Charger, right?
Yes, sir. The holster that was recovered inside the Charger was the CYA supply company that was for the Smith & Wesson SD9BE.
Okay. Now, you also see the Mercedes, right?
Yes, sir.
You see a glimpse of the tag, correct?
Yes, sir.
You see some colors, correct?
Yes, sir.
You make trying to think what the right word is. You can't tell looking at the tag definitively what state it's from, right?
Definitively, no, but with a fair amount of confidence, yes. Like I said, 9 years of patrol. I've seen a lot of license plates. I've run a lot of license plates through GCIC. The Illinois license plate has a very distinct, it's like a jagged line separating the blue and the white, and I could see that pattern on the license plate. So that was what I made my decision based off, that I felt like I was looking for an Illinois tag.
But you can't see a tag number, right?
Correct.
Now, you've talked about flock cameras, correct?
Yes, sir.
Flock cameras apparently capture vehicles all the time, right?
Correct.
After the fact, on July the 10th of 2022, and when I say after the fact, after Mr. Coleman had been shot, there is no flock camera picture of a Mercedes leaving the scene, right?
Correct.
Now, the shell casing, there was one shell casing found at the location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you can collect a shell casing and attempt to match it up with a particular firearm, can you not?
Yes, sir.
And if what happens is a shell casing is recovered, it's turned over to a ballistics expert, right? Sometimes.
Yeah, it just depends on what agency's doing it. We have our own NIBIN program, which is the program that matches ballistics.
You gotta have a gun to compare it to, right?
Correct.
And in this case, you attempted to compare the shell casing to certain firearms, right?
Yes, sir.
And there was no match, right?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that during the course of your investigation, there was never a match for the shell casing in question to any weapon that was recovered pursuant to the investigation?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, the vehicle was subsequently located, or a vehicle was subsequently located in Clayton County, right?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been on July the 13th, correct?
That sounds correct. I know it was 2 or 3 days after the homicide. I don't know if July 13th was 100% correct, but it sounds right.
Whoever was in possession of that vehicle was none of these three gentlemen, was it?
No, sir.
Now, looking at the video, it appeared to you that the person who fired the shot was in reasonably close proximity to Mr. Coleman when the shot was fired, correct?
Yes, sir. Mr. Coleman was basically shot at point blank range.
Point blank range. And he bled profusely, right?
Yes, sir.
We've seen some horrible photographs, quite frankly, that show the amount of blood that he lost while he lay there on the ground at the QuikTrip, right?
Yes, sir.
It would be possible under that kind of circumstance for blood to transfer from the shooter to the person, from the person who was shot, right?
It would be possible.
Okay. Now, obviously, Mr. Hulie wasn't arrested until sometime in September of 2022, correct?
Correct.
But it is your belief that Mr. Hulie was in that specific car that you have identified, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you, back on or about the 13th of July of 2022, make an attempt or ask the crime scene techs to search the car and see if they could find any biological evidence in the car?
Yes, sir, we did.
And was any blood found in the car to your knowledge?
No, sir.
There was something taken from inside the car called touch DNA, right?
That's correct.
Touch DNA is DNA science has progressed to a point whereby if you touch an object, you might actually leave your DNA on an object, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Not necessarily, but possible. I mean, I don't know, I've got a pen here in my hand. Is it possible that by holding this pen in my hand, I might be leaving some of my DNA on the pen?
It's possible.
Okay. Now, to drive a car, you have to use the steering wheel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because otherwise, you've got no control over where the car goes, right?
Correct.
I am presuming that pursuant to your request, touch DNA samples were taken from the steering wheel of the car that you located in Clayton County, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did anything come back from that?
From the touch DNA?
Touch DNA that was taken from the interior of the car, that is correct, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, touch did DNA, or not touch DNA, but some DNA came back from the mask, right?
Yes, sir.
You did take DNA samples from Mr. Collins, right?
Correct.
He would have been arrested on July 25th, correct?
Don't recall the exact date of his arrest. I know it was several days after Mr. Booker, and I believe Mr. Booker was arrested on the 20th. So again, that sounds fairly accurate, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, and again, okay. But the bottom line is, let me ask this question. I mean, looking at the video, going back to that, you can't really see what's going on inside the Mercedes, can you?
Other than that there's an altercation taking place, no.
No, that's the Charger.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The Mercedes.
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, sure. Can you see, looking at the video, what's going on inside the Mercedes?
At which time?
Immediately before the shooting or immediately after the shooting?
No, sir.
You can see people getting out of the Mercedes, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you cannot really get a description or view of the driver of that particular vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
You can't tell whether that person is black, white, Hispanic, Pacific Islander, etc., right?
Correct.
You can't tell whether that person is male or female, correct?
That's correct.
You cannot observe any sort of defining physical characteristics of the driver, correct?
Correct.
Whether that person, for example, has an afro or a ponytail or a beard or wears glasses, anything of that sort, right?
Yes, sir.
And the Mercedes had tinted windows, did it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the bottom line is, based on a process of elimination, you know there were 3 people in the car, at least, correct?
At least 3 people.
Okay. And one of them would have been the person who got out of the car and went and got into the Charger, right?
Yes, sir.
Another would have been the person who got out of the passenger front seat and ran over to the area where the 2 individuals were struggling, correct?
That's correct.
The third would have had to have been the driver, correct?
Yes, sir.
You can't tell us, you can't tell any of these folks on this jury whether there were more people than that inside the car, right?
That's correct.
Fair enough, sir. Okay, now, there has been some testimony concerning phone records and phones. There were 2 phones recovered that purported to belong to Mr. Collins, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of them would have been recovered at the time of his arrest, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the other would have been recovered at the home of Miss Pledger, correct?
Yes, sir.
Miss Pledger was, her home was searched prior to the arrest of Mr. Collins, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And the phone number that corresponds to certain evidence well, let me ask you this. There's a phone number that we have heard that belongs to Mr. Collins, 678-542-6398. Can you tell us where that phone was found?
That phone was recovered at Jeremiah Pledger's house when that search warrant was executed.
Okay, and that would have been on July 21st of 2022, correct?
I don't
Take a look at your report. Feel free to read.
Well, I don't have the report in front of me, and I don't have the search warrant in front of me, so I'm not sure the exact date that search warrant was executed.
Okay, but the bottom line is, when that phone was recovered, Mr. Collins was not at the house, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Collins was arrested several days later, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't know how long that phone had been outside the presence of Mr. Collins, correct?
No, I don't know that.
But you do know that at some point, obviously, when you talked to Ms. Pledger, the phone was not in Miles Collins's possession, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you, Miss Pledger was interviewed, was she not?
She was interviewed. She wasn't interviewed by me.
Okay, and that was by, oh, God knows. He's testified, Sergeant, the guy who helped you conduct the interviews.
Sergeant Jorstad?
Yes, yes. You know, a statement was taken from her, right?
Yes, sir.
Was that statement recorded?
Yes, sir. I believe Sergeant Jorstad recorded it with his body-worn camera, audio and video.
And certainly during the course of this investigation, you being the lead detective have had ample opportunity to review that particular statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this statement from her would have been taken after the arrest of David Booker, right?
Yes, sir.
But before the arrest of Miles Collins, correct?
Correct.
And certainly before the arrest of Mr. Hulie, correct?
Yes, sir.
During the course of that statement, July 21st or so of 2022, did Ms. Pledger ever make any reference to Mr. Hulie?
Not that I recall.
Okay, fair enough, sir. And how long was she interviewed for, if you recall, sir?
I don't remember.
Okay, fair enough, sir. Okay. You also had occasion to get some phone records for Mr. Hulie, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you have a copy of your supplemental report involving Mr. Hulie's separate arrest? Do you have that with you?
I do not have a copy of the report itself, no. No, sir.
Let me take a look here. It'll take me a minute to hopefully find it, sir. Bottom line is, when you got his phone records, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you were trying to see where he was at what time on July the 10th of 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things that you found when you looked at his records was that between 12:39 and 12:54, 1 minute after the shooting up until 16 minutes after the shooting, his phone was binging off of a cell tower near Spalding Drive, correct?
Give me just 1 second. I'm just reviewing my notes I made in reference to his phone records. You're asking if it was hitting off of a tower in the area of Spalding Drive from 12:38 to 12:39, is that correct?
39, data, okay. What is the last offense exhibit?
7 was marked, was the arrest warrant for Mr. Booker. Number 7 was identified as a search, the arrest warrant for Mr. Booker.
This is defense exhibit
8.
Is there a sticker somewhere?
Yeah, Sheila.
And Judge, I'm gonna ask that 7 be admitted for the record only.
No objection.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 7 is admitted for the record only.
Okay, now I'm marking this as states, or not states, God knows, I used to be a prosecutor, so old habits die hard. Defense exhibit number 8. Do you recognize defense exhibit number 8 first? And you can take a look at it.
Can I take a look at it? I mean, I see it's a supplemental report. I'm just trying to see specifically what it is. Yes, this is a supplemental report that I completed in reference to this investigation.
Okay, and here, just hand that back, I need to ask you specific, direct your attention to a specific location in the report. Looking at page 3 of the 6-page report, is there reference, well, there's a little paragraph there that has been starred. Would you read that to yourself, please, sir?
On July 10th, 2022, at 12:39 p.m., a data session was started and ended at 12:54 p.m.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. No.
You want me to keep reading?
Yeah, by all means. I mean, that was your report, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and bottom line is, the data session was started and ended at 12:54. The location indicated the device was in the area of 5439 Spalding Drive, right?
At the time the data session started.
Okay, and you don't know where When did the data session, the data session ended 15 minutes later, right?
Correct. The data session ended at 12:54 p.m.
Okay, now where is Spalding Drive?
It's south of Peachtree Corner Circle, so south of the QuikTrip.
Okay, and how far south of the QuikTrip is it?
I don't know off the top of my head. Roughly a mile, maybe less. I don't. It's close. I don't remember the exact
Is there a
distance.
stoplight at Spalding Drive?
Yes.
And are there other stoplights on Peachtree Parkway before you run into Peachtree Industrial?
Yes.
Can you estimate for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the number of stoplights there are between the QuikTrip, where this occurred on Peachtree Parkway, and the intersection of Peachtree Parkway and Peachtree Industrial?
From my memory, I would estimate maybe 3 or 4. I don't know for sure.
You've driven this particular route, I presume, in the course of investigating this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that point, you then get to Peachtree Industrial, right?
If you continue south on Peachtree Parkway from Peachtree Corner Circle, yes, you will eventually get to Peachtree Industrial.
And how far is it from the QuikTrip to the intersection of Peachtree Parkway and Peachtree Industrial? Just an estimate to the best of your abilities.
Several miles, a couple miles.
Okay. And then from Peachtree Industrial to 285, how far is it?
I honestly don't know. It's further. 285 is a little bit further from Peachtree Industrial Boulevard than Peachtree Industrial Boulevard is from Peachtree Corner Circle, but I don't remember. I don't know the exact distance. I wouldn't even want to put an estimate on it. I'm not sure.
I want to make sure I understand your testimony. Am I understanding you correctly when you say that the distance from the intersection of Peachtree Industrial to 285 is longer than the distance between Peachtree Industrial and the QuikTrip? Or can you say, if you can't say that?
I think so. Again, when you're talking 285, that's in DeKalb County. Obviously, I've been to that area before. I'm less familiar with Peachtree Industrial Boulevard and 285 than I am with Peachtree Industrial Boulevard and Peachtree Parkway, because that's within our jurisdiction. So you're asking me, but I really can't put a number on it. I think that 285 is a further distance, but I don't know, and I don't know the mileage.
Fair enough. Now, when you take Peachtree Industrial to 285, there are a number of traffic lights right there, right?
Yes, sir.
If you're coming south on Peachtree Industrial, there is a traffic light to allow people who are coming westbound on 285 to get off, right?
I'm not familiar enough with that intersection.
Bottom line is, if you then get onto 285, there are a number of exits to get over to the Lithonia area, right?
There's numerous exits off of 285.
Okay. One of the, you know where Clarkston is?
Yeah, roughly.
Clarkston is, if you wanted to get to Clarkston on 285, you would get off at Ponce de Leon, as we down here call it, right?
That's how we call it, but as far as saying if that's correct for where you would get off to go to Clarkson, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
But to get to Ponce de Leon, you would, on 285, you would, from Peachtree Industrial, you would first go over, cross Buford Highway, right?
Can you repeat that?
Buford Highway would come to be the next exit, right?
You're saying if you're on Peachtree Industrial Boulevard going to 280,
I'm sorry. You're on Peachtree Industrial, you get onto 285 headed east, okay? The first exit you would come to would be Buford Highway, correct?
I don't know.
Okay, but you would cross over Spaghetti Junction, correct?
I honestly don't know.
Chamblee Dunwoody or Chamblee Tucker?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Mr. Clegg, I'm not familiar enough with 285 exits to say whether or not that's correct. I just don't know.
Okay. Now, let me take a look at my notes, sir. The photographs we saw concerning a particular gun that you believed, the gun that was apparently on Mr. Hulie's phone. Is there a serial number depicted on that gun?
No, sir.
Now, is it because the gun is simply on the wrong side?
I don't know if it's because the gun was on the wrong side. It's just the serial number is just not visible to me in that picture. I don't know if it's because it's on the opposite side or it's just not visible.
Okay. So the bottom line is you are not able to, when you are comparing the photograph of the gun that the family provided you, Mr. Coleman's family, and the photograph of the gun that appears in the screenshot from purportedly Mr. Hulie's phone, you're not able to compare serial numbers, are you?
That's correct.
Okay, fair enough, sir. When Mr. Collins was questioned, he was not real good with dates, was he?
No, he was not very specific with dates.
Okay. You asked him what day he would have rented the car, and he made reference to a Wednesday or a Thursday at first, did he not?
I don't remember if that's what he said at first. I know we eventually settled on Friday. I don't recall what he said, which day he said at first, if it was Wednesday or Thursday.
But he was a little bit all over the place in that regard, correct?
In regards to the day that he first rented it?
The day, I mean, he didn't give you a date, he gave you a day of the week, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the date of the week when this happened would have been a Sunday, July 10th was a Sunday, right?
July 10th, 2022 was a Sunday, yes.
Yeah, okay. The Texaco video, we've seen a portion of it. Can you tell me what the tag number is on that black car on the other side of the gas pumps?
From the Texaco video?
Yeah,
No, sir.
didn't think so. Okay. Let me take a look at my notes momentarily, sir. One last question, sir. There was a driver's license that was shown apparently from Mr. Collins during the course of your direct examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
The address on the driver's license for Mr. Collins was the same address for Ms. Pleasure, was it not?
I don't remember.
Do you have that particular? I'm not sure. Go ahead. I think it is 101. Okay, it's 102, actually, sir, I apologize.
You said 102?
Yeah, and yeah. Is that Mr. Collins' driver's license? Okay, and there's an address on there of 361 Eagle Way, Stockbridge, Georgia, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that in Henry County?
According to the driver's license, yes.
Okay, and is that Ms. Pledger's address?
That was not the address that Ms. Pledger was living at where the search warrant was executed, no.
Fair enough, sir. But the bottom line is that address listed on states 102 certainly was not the address where Mr. Collins was arrested, was it?
No, sir.
Okay. I don't believe I have any other questions. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
All
Do you
right.
want this report back? Your defense exhibit?
Oh, I was not meaning to tender that. I was just giving it to you to refresh your memory.
Okay, would you like it back?
But I will give it to the court reporter for inclusion in the record.
Okay, so you want it admitted for the record only?
Yes.
All right. State,
No objection, Your Honor.
okay. Defendant's Exhibit 8, the supplemental report of the detective is admitted for purposes of the record only. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break. Again, I'm assuming cafeteria's open? Okay. And I'm not going to put a time on it, just try to come back as soon as possible. I'm going to make the attorneys come back in 35 minutes because of the 3 days we were down. So, but, I mean, just come back as soon as you can from lunch. Thank you. All right, I'd like to start at 20 till 2.
I'm gonna be fairly short.
Okay.
I know I say that a lot, but I really mean it this time.
I don't know if there's redirect, it doesn't matter. I'd like to start at 20 till 2. So, yeah, okay, thank you. Court is adjourned.
140, right, Judge?
Yes. 1:40 to start, Mr. Clay.
I'll be here.
Yeah, not to be here, to start.
Mr. Lewis left.
Have a whole lot to do when I get back.
You could give it Sheila. I'm sorry. Is that, Sheila, is that Defendant 7?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Court is adjourned. Camera off. Camera off. Thank you. Much. We are on Detective Harrison's cross. I think we were on Miss Drake. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
No problem.
Hi, Detective.
Hey,
I'm going to be very, very brief because I know you've been asked a lot of questions, and my questions may seem a little bit disjointed because I'm just going to ask you very specific things. Now, I believe you testified that you did interview some people or that you signed off on some of their written statements. Would that be fair?
yes, ma'am, that's correct. I did interview several people.
And some of the individuals that were talked to wrote statements. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one of those people would be Alyssa Arco?
I'm not sure. I don't recall that particular name off the top of my head.
Okay, may I approach, please, Your Honor?
Certainly.
And Your Honor, I will just mark these, if need be, as I go,
Okay. We're on 9, I believe.
just for reference. So we're clear. If you don't mind, I'm just going to stand up here with you for
Sure,
a
no
second.
problem.
Did you obtain a statement from Alyssa Arco? I'm sorry, A-R-C-O.
Yes, I did.
Let me ask you before you look at it, I don't want you just to be reading stuff. Did you obtain a statement from an Owen Waits?
I don't recall that name.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I'm marking as defendants 10, and Mr. Melvin or Mr. Williams, if you need to see these, please let me know.
Wait, Ms. Arco is 9,
9.
and Mr. Wade is 10.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as defendants 10. During the investigation, did you obtain a statement from Owen Waits?
Yes, it looks like I did.
Now, as a supervisor, or as the lead detective, you would be familiar with all of the investigation in the case. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, I would try to be as familiar with as much as I could, but obviously, like I think that y'all have already heard, there's going to be certain steps that are taken by other people that are involved in the investigation that are going to be much more familiar with it than me, and some things that I may not be able to testify to at all.
Okay. You did review the supplemental reports that were written by officers. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
And if a witness had given a statement, and most certainly if a witness would have written a statement, you would have reviewed that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So do you remember, or was there a statement obtained from a Monique Rose? If you remember.
I don't remember.
Okay, I'm going to mark this as defendants 11. You would just take a look. Was there a written statement from a Monique Rose?
It looks like that's what that says, yes.
Okay. And I believe you've already testified, and you pronounced it correctly, so I may defer to you, from a Mr. Volkanov. A statement was obtained by him?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was the driver of the BMW.
That's correct.
And was a statement, to your knowledge, obtained from Olivia Aibenji? I'm going to spell the last name Aibangbee. And I'm sorry, I know that's probably mispronounced.
Yes, I spoke to her after Mr. Volkanov.
Okay. During your investigation, let me go back and rephrase for just a second. Based upon your investigation, consistently from your investigation, was there only one gunshot?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach again, please?
Certainly.
I'm going to show you again Defendant's 9. So there was some evidence that there possibly were 2 gunshots. Would that be a fair statement?
So there was a statement that was provided by this particular witness that said that they believed that they heard 2 gunshots. But when you ask me if there was evidence that corroborated that, is what I'm interpreting that as, then no, we didn't find any evidence that indicated there was more than 1 gunshot, although there may have been a statement, or there was a statement that was provided that somebody said that they heard 2.
Because you didn't see a gun casing? Or a shell casing, sorry. A shell casing, that would have been indicative of a second shot. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the sequence of arrest in this case. Josiah was arrested last. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who was arrested first?
David Booker.
And based upon your investigation, there's no evidence that Josiah was at the Texaco station that you talked earlier about today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And latent prints were taken from Mr. Hulie, correct?
Yeah, I believe we got major case prints from him when we took his DNA sample.
And Mr. Coleman in this case, we've heard from some different witnesses, but in reviewing the pictures of the evidence and the medical examiner's report, he wore an extra large top, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And his shoes, I believe there were some photos shown earlier, his black shoes, those were size 13, correct?
Correct.
And you took out a warrant for Mr. Hulie on or about September the 1st. Would that be correct?
Most likely, yeah. I'm not sure which warrant specifically you're referring to. I don't know the exact date.
And you would have filled out the information about the accused, being Mr. Hulie, such as personal information, address, date of birth if you knew it, things of that nature, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall listing him as being at 5'8" and 140 pounds?
Do I recall listing it as that? No, I don't remember the information that I put on there. It would have been, but I'm the one that would have put it on there.
Okay. I think we're up to 12, Your Honor.
14.
14.
Olivia was 13. I've got Melissa 9, Owen Waits 10, Monica Rose 11, Val Canal 12, and 13 Olivia. Is that right? Certainly.
I'm going to mark this as Defendant's 14. Do you know what that is, sir?
This is a copy of the arrest warrant application for Josiah Hulie.
And on the information you filled out, you listed him at 5'8" and 140 pounds, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. If I can have just a moment, please. I wanted to go back a little bit to when you were talking about the video in this case. You indicated that based upon your interpretation of the video, Mr. Coleman got in the vehicle after it had backed up, or after it had moved.
Yeah, I believe what I said was that he got into the vehicle at some point, but it was hard for me to determine exactly which point he got in. I was able to see that there was a physical altercation that was taking place at some point after the collision between the Dodge Charger and the BMW. But again, because it wasn't totally clear what was taking place on the other side of the vehicle, I'm not exactly sure if he jumped in the vehicle when it first started backing up, if it was after the BMW collided with it, or vice versa. I can't say exactly at what point it was.
But it was certainly after the individual got into the driver's seat.
I would say that that's fair.
And based upon your investigation, there were at least 2 guns involved, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you mentioned something about the victim, you weren't sure if he had a gun in his waistband. What did you mean by that?
Well, if I recall correctly, I think it was Mr. Clegg that asked me about that, and he asked me something along the lines of if I knew if the victim had a gun on his person when he was putting the air in his tires, or at which point that came into play. And I just simply said that I wasn't sure about that, but I made an inference based on the fact that your client, Mr. Hulie, said that he observed the victim's gun lying on the front passenger seat.
Okay.
The holster was found in the car. Again, I don't know for sure. That's just based on statements and my personal observations.
Okay, thank you. If I can have just a moment, please.
Certainly.
I believe that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Melvin?
Just limited redirect, Your Honor. Other than the one statement that's been referred to from one witness, did you have any other statements or indicators that there was a second shot fired?
No, sir. I'm not familiar with any other statements indicating that, and I didn't locate any sort of physical evidence or anything else that would corroborate that.
I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. I'm going to publish Stage 3, but this time we're going to slow it down to half speed. Thank you. The distance Mr. Clegg referred to as the victim from the car, did you say or testify, at least it was asked to you, was it 10 to 15 feet? Is that accurate?
I believe Mr. Clegg asked if it was 8 to 10, and I said that I remembered it as possibly being around 10 to 15, but again, I wasn't sure.
After Bradley Coleman was shot in the skull, he immediately dropped to the ground. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Nothing was picked up by Mr. Coleman?
No, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have.
No further questions, Judge.
Okay.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Detective Harrison. You may, well, you've already got permission to come in and be in the courtroom. State call its next witness.
They would call Adam Post.
Good afternoon. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Post.
Sir, for the record, could you state and spell your name?
Yes, sir. It's Corporal Adam Post, P-O-S-T,
How are you employed, sir?
with the Gwinnett County Police Department.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
Just over 7 years.
What assignments have you had?
I've been assigned to our central precinct where I worked uniform patrol. I've been assigned to our property crimes units, such as the general crimes unit and burglary unit. And then from 2021 to January of 2023, I was assigned to the Gwinnett County Gang Task Force. I did a brief stint back in our West Precinct from January of 23 to roughly May of 23, and then I've been in our robbery unit in the Criminal Investigations Division since.
Corporal Post, I'm going to ask you if you'll pull those microphones closer
Yes, sir.
or speak up just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
You got it. So, July of 2022, what was your assignment, sir?
I was assigned to the Gwinnett County Gang Task Force.
What are the duties and responsibilities of a member of the task force?
We investigate crimes with a connection to gang activity or crimes committed by gang members, crimes that have a nexus to criminal street gangs. This includes conducting surveillance, conducting interviews, working with other agencies outside of Gwinnett County, as well as working with other units in the Gwinnett County Police Department or other city agencies here.
What training do you have that qualifies you to work with our task force?
I've attended training by the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, which includes the gang recognition and identification course, gang investigations and prosecutions. I've also attended several trainings by the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, which I'm an active member of. Those include social media investigations. I've been certified as a basic gang investigator through GGIA. And then I've also attended the GGIA Summer Conference in 2022. It's about a week-long conference with several gang trainings included in it. And then in 2022, I also attended the National Gang Crime Research Center Summer Conference, where I obtained a certification title as a specialist. And my focus during that course was gang homicide investigations as well as outlaw motorcycle gangs.
Is your proficiency in gang investigations tested by these agencies?
By GGIA and the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, they do provide tests for all those courses.
And did you pass those tests successfully?
I did.
Thank you. As a gang investigator, do you keep up on current gang trends, including customs, habits, rivalries, and the such like?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you continue your education and training on gang investigations?
Although it's not my primary job anymore, I do try to attend gang intelligence meetings as often as I can. I also keep up with trends and customs through just paying attention to law enforcement emails that come out, like information being shared by other agencies, as well as the news that covers gang cases as well.
Have you ever testified in the courts of Georgia as an expert in gang investigations?
Yes, sir.
Were you assigned to the patrol division prior to being assigned to this specialized unit?
Yes, sir.
When you were assigned to patrol division, did you actually talk to gang members, not as part of an investigation, but just general conversations?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us about that?
Yes, so gang members aren't always necessarily a suspect in a police interaction. They're also victims, they're witnesses, they can just be a bystander that you go and you make contact with. It's not always necessarily that the gang member is being interrogated. It could be you're just talking to them about anything, really anything at all. It just depends.
And in your conversations and in your investigations, have members of gangs and associates of gangs given you information about rivalries, alliances, and gang life in general?
Yes, sir.
Are they always forthcoming about their membership in gangs?
No, they are not.
Or some of them?
Sometimes. It depends.
Do you share your intelligence with other officers?
Yes, sir, I do.
How many gang investigations have you done?
I've been a part of roughly 20 to 25.
Ever been involved in search warrants and arrests of gang members?
Yes, sir.
Do you gain valuable intelligence in these efforts?
Yes, sir.
What information and intelligence do you rely on to determine if someone is actually associated or part of a gang?
The Gwinnett County Criminal Investigations Manual, it outlines our process for doing that, and that's through our field interview card. On the field interview card, there's a series of different criteria that we as investigators have to look at when we're trying to determine if someone is a member or associate of a criminal street gang. Once 2 points are obtained, then per our policy and the criteria on the field interview card, we can then classify them as an associate or member.
Judge, at this time, I tender Mr. Post as an expert in gang investigations.
I don't have any objection to that, Judge.
No objection, Judge.
No objection.
He is tendered as an expert.
When you talk about points, could you explain, for example,
Investigator Post, if I have the word blood tattooed across my forehead, is that a point, 2 points, 3 points?
It would be, I don't have the card in front of me. I believe that's 1 point.
okay, so you get various points, and then at 2 points, you can considered a member of a gang?
Yes, sir. And there is a category, I don't remember it off the top of my head, but there is one particular criteria that does count as 2 points itself. I just don't remember it at the moment.
All right, when, could you tell the jury what is and what constitutes a criminal street gang in Georgia?
Yes, sir. A criminal street gang is any organization, association, or group of 3 or more people who are associated in fact, formally or informally, that participate in criminal street gang activity.
Why do people join street gangs?
It could be a variety of reasons. They could be born into the gang, meaning that they have a parent who is a gang member. It could be based on where they grew up, the neighborhood that they were in. If all of their friends end up clicking up or joining a particular gang, that could be a reason that they join a gang. It could be money motivated as well, just an opportunity to make money, as well as gain respect. And oftentimes that respect is garnered through fear.
How do gangs identify themselves?
It's a number of different ways. So one of the ways that that we identify gangs is through, do they have a common name? Do they have common identifiers such as numbers? They can use different sports team logos, territory, common colors, traditions, customs, and things of that nature.
Do tattoos represent anything significant for gang members?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So tattoos are just a way to permanently represent your gang. And so gang members will often get tattoos that may have or may reflect the symbolism that their gang prefers to use. It could be the number, it could be, a sports team logo, like I said, just it depends on what the tattoo is in the gang.
Do gang members sometimes become more covert with their gang identifiers in order to avoid police detection?
Yes.
Okay. What types of crimes are gang members involved in?
They're involved in murders, armed robberies, carjackings, narcotics trafficking, firearms-related offenses, and much more.
Are you familiar with some of the studies that assign a percentage of crime to gangs?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object as to relevance unless he's talking specifically about the alleged gang or subset in this case. I don't know that every gang information is relevant.
Your Honor, he's an expert, so we're going to go from this question down to the specifics of the bloods, but it lays the background for the bloods.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule the objection.
Right. So talk to me about the study and talk to me about the percentage of violent crime that gangs are responsible for in our society.
Yes, sir. So the Georgia Gang Investigators Association just completed a new study in 2024 that part of that study was determining the percentage of violent crime in the state of Georgia that criminal street gangs are responsible for. And that number was 64 or 65% in the state. And of note, in that study, only 86 out of the 159 counties in the state of Georgia actually contributed to the study.
Are auto thefts a crime that gang members participate in?
Yes, sir.
Are there specific requirements to be part of gangs?
Yes, sir.
What are those?
Most gangs, they live by they have like a mantra, so to speak, of blood in and blood out. So typically to join the gang, it requires you to shed blood in some way. Most gangs will use that as you have to be beat in for X amount of time, typically a number that's significant to the gang in some way. And then you have to shed blood to get out of the gang as well.
So you've talked previously about common colors,
Common tattoos, common schemes. What would separate a Georgia criminal street gang from University of Georgia football?
The participation in criminal street gang activity.
So that's a requirement as part of gang, participation in criminal gang activity?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term the iron triangle?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain it to the jury?
Yes. So picture a triangle, and at the top you have the person. On one corner you have the crime, and then on the other corner you have the gang. And so the iron triangle is it's a training aid or investigative technique that the Georgia Gang Investigators Association teaches us. And it's a method to make a gang case. So you have to first prove that the gang exists. Then you have to connect the person to the gang. You have to prove that the person committed the crime. And then you have to show that the crime benefited the gang in some way.
when you're talking about defendant, gang, and criminal gang activity, are auto thefts part of criminal gang activity in the statute?
Yes, sir.
Felony murder part of the criminal gang activity?
Yes, sir.
Aggravated assault part of the criminal gang activity?
Yes, sir.
Hijacking a motor vehicle part of the criminal gang activity?
Yes, sir.
Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony part of criminal gang activity listed in the statute?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go back and talk about the gang. Are you familiar with the Bloods gang?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with them?
Well, for one, the Bloods are just a very highly popularized criminal street gang in pop culture. So movies, music, they're very well covered in the media. And then through my experience as a police officer, as a patrol officer, and then my training as a gang investigator, I've become more familiar with the Bloods over the past 7 years.
So I've heard terms like nation and groups like that. Could you explain the concept of what a nation is and how it relates to the Bloods?
Yes, sir. So there's, I guess, two. Let me back up. The Bloods initially were formed in Los Angeles. Fast forward, and those in the 60s or 70s, if I'm remembering correctly. In the 1990s, in Rikers Island, New York, in the prison there, there was a series of blood gangs that united for protection against the larger Hispanic gangs in the prison. That alliance became known as the United Blood Nation.
Okay. Are you familiar with Folk Nation?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with that?
The Folk Nation, it's more of an older, I guess, alliance of gangs. And then there's also the People Nation as well. That would be from like the 50s to 60s, both of those.
Do people from or gangs from the Folk Nation and United Blood Nation, do they cohabitate, get along, or anything like that?
So the United Blood Nation, I misunderstood your initial question. So the People Nation and Folk Nation initially, or typically, do not get along. Under People Nation would be the Bloods. And so the Bloods would not typically get along with anyone falling under the Folk Nation, which would be like the Crips and the Gangster Disciples and a few other gangs.
How do the Bloods identify themselves?
They use the color red. They also will use the number 5. Bloods will use different sports teams' logos, such as the Chicago Bulls logo and the Cleveland Cavaliers logo. And the reason for the Cleveland Cavaliers logo is it's a C, but it's got something striking through the C, which would show disrespect to their main rival, the Crips. Kind of in the same vein, Bloods will also do intentional misspellings to show disrespect to rival gangs. So they may, if a word just has like the letter C in it, they may intentionally add the letter K after the C to represent Crip Killer. They may cross out the C entirely by using an X, and there's a number of different ways.
So if I just join a Bloods gang, criminal street gang, can I just quit anytime I want to?
No.
Why?
Again, like I mentioned earlier, there's the blood in, blood out mentality that not just most gangs use, but in my review of blood literature, the Bloods specifically will abide by.
And when we're talking about Bloods, are there specific expectations of Blood members once they join a criminal street gang of Bloods?
Yes, sir.
What are those expectations?
One is to look out for your brothers and take care of your own. So that can be through monetary, that can be through support in a fight. It could be a number of different ways. You're expected to bring something to the gang, and that's typically through what we call work, which would just be committing crimes. So you're expected to put in work to the criminal street gang. And there's typically a slew of expectations that are laid out in their different Bibles, so to speak.
Are you familiar with the term violation?
Yes, sir.
If I don't put in the necessary work, can I be violated?
You could.
And what does violation mean for the jury?
A violation would be an act committed by a member of the gang against their own gang. So there would be some consequence for violating the rules of the gang.
Let me ask you about the term respect. Does that play a significant role in gang culture?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell the jury about that?
So respect is everything to gang members. And like I mentioned earlier in my testimony, respect is typically garnered through fear. So in gang culture, members will often, and associates as well, they will have like a skewed expectation of what respect looks like. And this can be just because of music. It can be because of the expectations that the gang outlines for their members. And yes.
How do you gain respect being part of a criminal street?
Through putting in work and also just your willingness to commit violence and how violent you can be as a way to gain respect. It shows loyalty.
What are some of the examples of disrespect that a gang member would respond to?
It could be a victim fighting back. It could be someone talking to your girl. It could be disrespecting a fellow gang member or associate who was killed. It could be another gang member coming onto their turf. Social media insults can be are a lot of what I've seen during my time in the gang unit that led to issues between gangs.
So if you and I are part of the same Bloods gang, and I start getting into a fight with the court officer, would you be expected as a fellow gang member to come to my aid and assistance?
Yes.
And if you did not come to my aid and assistance during the fight, could you be violated?
Yes.
During the period of July of 2022, did you have contact with members of the Bloods gang?
Yes, sir.
Where there were 3 or more members?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe those contacts?
I was involved in this investigation with Detective Harrison, and then I also had another Bloods gang case around the same time.
In July of 2022 in Gwinnett County, what kind of criminal street gang activity were the Bloods engaged in?
Murder, armed robbery, carjacking, aggravated assaults, and then other offenses as well.
I believe you said the color red is significant to the Bloods. Are there any numbers that are significant to the Bloods?
Yes, sir. The number 5, as I mentioned earlier, Bloods will also use, all gangs will do this. They'll use the phonetic alphabet, or the alphabet, and the number associated with each letter, and then they'll, I guess, code different meanings through, like, the different letters, if that makes sense.
Could you give us an example?
Yes, so like death before dishonor would be 424. That's a common saying in criminal street gangs, but I've seen it in blood literature extensively. So that would be 424 for DBD.
So for D being the 4th letter of the alphabet, B being the 2nd, and repeated?
Yes, sir.
DBD. Okay. During the time period of July 2022, do you believe gang membership provided members of the Bloods the motive, means, and opportunity to commit crime?
Yes, sir.
Talk to me about the motive to commit crimes at that time period.
So the motive to commit crimes would be to obtain money, obtain guns, and then ultimately through the commission of crime, obtaining respect or fear.
And the means to commit those crimes, how would the Bloods go about it in July 2022 here in Gwinnett County?
The means would be that through, with the assistance of other gang associates, you would have manpower to help in the commission of crimes. Gangs also will commonly have community guns or shared guns that they can obtain through the gang as well to commit crime with.
If someone is part of the Bloods gang at this time period and
they were committing other crimes, would that maintain or increase their status within the gang?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, sir. If I'm a member of a Bloods gang, is there an expectation on me to put in the work?
Yes, sir.
And if I put in the work by committing criminal gang activity, would that maintain my status in the gang or possibly even increase my status in the gang?
At a minimum, would maintain your status in the gang.
And when we're talking about status in the gang, sir, what are we talking about?
It's not necessarily like rank. Status can also be respect, and just maintaining your good standing within the gang.
Thank you. Let's talk about the defendants in this case. Did you have an opportunity to research the defendants in this case?
Yes, sir.
Which has been previously marked as
State's Exhibit number 107A. Did you have an opportunity to view the contents of 107A?
Yes, I did.
Did you actually have an opportunity to speak with Hulie immediately after he spoke with Detective Harrison?
Yes, I did.
Judge, we would tender State's 107A at this time.
No objection, Judge. And, excuse me.
Hold on just a second. Hold on.
I'm so sorry.
Hold on a second. Ms. Drake?
I said no objection.
Oh, no objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 107A is admitted without objection.
Yes, ma'am. And for the record, and defense counsel's aware, this is a redacted portion of that statement. Judge, permission to publish 107?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
This is a video?
Yes, ma'am, 107A.
Okay. Let's do an audio. Just want to make sure. You can hear, or he may want you to step down. Yeah, you want to hear.
Oh, Judge, may I ask you a couple more questions before I
Certainly.
finish this? Yeah, thank you. So, hey, what does it mean to be false claiming?
So false claiming would be somebody who says that they are a member of a gang or associated with a gang. They could even go as far as utilizing gang symbolism and terminology and so on, but they're not actually associated or a member with the gang.
Is there a price to pay if somebody false claims again?
Yes.
What is that price?
I would guess, I would say blood. Gang members do not take kindly to people taking credit for something that they are not.
I'm going to publish 107A at this point. Banner, is the volume on in the courtroom?
As far as I know, it appears to be.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Your Honor, I'm publishing that without publishing.
No? Yeah, kind of a hell of a day for you, huh? So, my name's Detective Post. Corporal Harrison mentioned I'm with our gang unit. And before we start, I just want to say that I respect the shit out of you fucking coming clean about this shit. A lot of people sit in the chair that you're sitting in and they just bullshit and lie and they don't own up to what they did. So the fact that you did, has a lot of respect. I respect that.
It wasn't gonna happen like that.
No, man, I mean, I'd say pretty rarely is that the plan, But, so real quick, can you just spell your first and last name for me?
Josiah Hulie, Josiah
Ley?
Yeah.
And what's your birth date again, bro?
March 23rd, 2002.
You said March 23rd, 2002?
Yes.
And then what was the job interview you had today?
CTS, traffic control.
Okay. So, I've been helping Corporal Harrison out with the case a little bit. But you never were affiliated with, you never were blessed in or beat in or sexed in or anything crazy in the 9 tray, right?
I mean, at a younger age, I did false claim, like, but I really realized that a lot of folks in Atlanta do that, like false claim, just, but not really.
What'd you false claim?
I was just false claiming blood. That's how I knew I wasn't blood for real.
Okay.
I wasn't claiming no set or nothing like that. I just used to say I was blood, but when I got a little older, I started doing it because seeing how serious it was.
Yeah. So you didn't face any consequences for doing that? Like no one fucking G-checked you or anything?
I never really. Well, somebody said something to me about it, and that's what I never alone.
So, is it credible that someone false claiming the bloods would not have ramifications?
Yes.
So had Josiah Hulie false claimed the buds, would there have been ramifications?
Most likely, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, when we're talking about Mr. Hulie, did you have an opportunity to review some of the
Photographs that Mr. Hulie had booked in on.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything of significance?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish and ask the detective to respond. Okay, I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted to States 58. Get it up.
And you can step down if he needs you to. Is there a pointer? Do you need a pointer?
I think, sorry. Okay, do you see what's on States 58?
Yes, sir.
What's significant about the tattoos, if anything, on States 58?
So the one closest to the ear.
Step down.
Yes, sir. So the tattoo here closest to the ear, it's a Z6NE for Zone 6. It's commonly used by people in Atlanta to
Speak
represent.
up, please, sir. You're not using
Yeah.
the microphone,
Yes, sir.
so I can't hear what the doctor's saying.
I'm gonna-
Project.
I'm gonna need you to really project.
Yes, ma'am. So the Zone 6 tattoo, that's commonly used by just people in Atlanta to represent what police area of the city of Atlanta they came from. And then here's a $sign tattoo. It's on the right side of his face. It looks a little bit faded, but to me, the top of the, I guess the S in the $sign looks flat like a 5, and then it comes down flat like a 5 would, and then it finishes the 5 off. Which again, 5 is a common number that the Bloods will use to represent their gang.
All right, you can grab a seat and go to the microphone again. You familiar with Zone 6?
Yes, sir.
Does that spill over into DeKalb County for Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show up Mr. Hulie's middle finger. Tender to State 61, previously 50. It's previously admitted. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's get this one up. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Yes, sir. That would be Mr. Hulie's middle finger, and right above the middle knuckle, he has the number 12, which is a common, I guess, nickname for police that society uses. So by it being on his middle finger, he's basically saying, fuck 12, pardon my language.
And for the record, what was that? Which photo was that?
That was State 61, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And, Your Honor, I'm going to object because he's speculating. He can't be inside my client's mind. He doesn't know what meaning that has for him.
And Your Honor, I believe he was saying it was common among gang members.
That's not what he said, though. He said that's what it meant for my client.
Okay,
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I'll clean it up.
All
When
right.
you say the F12, let's say F12. When you say F12, is that common among gang members?
It's a common mindset amongst gang members, yes.
Is it to show disrespect to police officers?
Yes, and there's just general disrespect towards authority.
Thank you. Okay, what are we looking at here, sir?
It's Mr. Hulie's neck tattoo. It says, realize everyone ain't loyal.
What does that mean?
Nothing in particular to Bloods that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Were there, and then I'm going to go to States 59. What are we looking at here?
That is 424.
Okay, and I believe you mentioned that 424 could stand for death before where to sign?
Yes, sir.
Is that common to any particular gang?
It's common amongst a lot of gangs, but I have seen it specifically in blood literature as well.
Thank you. Anything else about Mr. Hulie's tattoos that you remember?
No, sir.
Let's move on to Mr. Booker. Do you have an opportunity to review Mr. Booker's tattoos?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to State 72. Anything significant about what we're looking at right here in State 72?
Yes, sir. So we're looking at Mr. Booker's face. We'll start in the middle. He has a dagger tattoo right between his eyes on his forehead.
Hey, can I stop you real quick? Are you familiar with 21 Savage?
Yes, sir.
Known blood number?
Yes, sir.
Got a lot of videos out there?
Yes, sir.
Does he have a tattoo just like that?
Yes, sir, he does.
All right, please continue.
We'll move on to the piercing. So on the left side of the screen, which would be Mr. Booker's right side of his face, he has a red piercing right by his eye, which again, red is commonly used by the Bloods to represent their gang. And another aspect to that as well that I didn't mention earlier is that the Bloods will commonly represent their gang either through tattoos or their colors, like a bandana, on the right side of their body. Excuse me. Next is, you can see 730 and then a red heart and the letter E.
What's significant about the number 730?
So the significance of 730 is that it's the New York State Penal Code for the word insanity. And deeper significance on that, again, would be going back to the formation of the United Blood Nation in Rikers Island Prison in 1990s.
And Rikers Island for the jury is located where?
New York City.
After we see the number 730, what do we see?
A red heart.
Is that significant?
It's got the color red in it, and that would be commonly represented by the Bloods with red.
What's after the heart?
It looks like an E.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any significance to that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, we talked about numbers, we talked about tattoos, and left to right. You indicated you're talking about the right side. Is the right side significant as it relates to the Bloods Nation?
It's just the side that Bloods will most commonly represent their gang on. I don't know the exact significance to the right.
Is 9 Trey a Bloods Nation gang?
Yes, sir.
Is Sex Money Murder a Bloods Nation gang?
Yes, sir.
Published State 73. What do you see there?
It's Mr. Booker's chest tattoo. It's a dove with 557K over top of it.
Okay, you're going to have to help me out. Where's 557K
Yep.
located?
So the first five is right here, where I'm tracing my finger.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to tell in this lighting. The second 5 is right here. And then you have a 7, and then the K.
Why is that significant?
I do not know what the significance of that is.
But the 5 is significant because does it relate? 5 relates to Bloods Nation.
Yes, the Bloods commonly will use the number 5. I'm not sure if there's some deeper meaning, so to speak, behind that set of numbers.
Let's take a look at Mr. Booker's hands. What do you see in there?
He's got a rose tattoo or a flower tattoo on his right hand. It looks like it might be shaded red, but it's very faded. And then on his left hand, he has OTR, or the T would be a dagger, which is kind of similar to the one on his forehead as well.
Is there, what is this, right? Is that a teardrop on form too right here?
It may be. I can't really tell from the angle.
And I'm kind of colorblind. Is that OTR? What color is it in?
It's in red.
Go to Mr. Booker's left next, State 76. Do you see anything of significance there?
He's got the solo cup.
What color are solo cups?
They're red normally.
What else?
He's got no love, and that's pretty much it there.
Let's go to State 7. I'm sorry. Yeah, State 78. Did you have an opportunity to look at Mr. Collins's
booking photos.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to show you what's been marched to 6, Exhibit 78. Do you see anything significant there?
Yes, sir. He's got the red dollar sign. That's actually on his left arm. And then a rifle of some kind with grimy underneath it on his left wrist. And then he's got 2 flowers on his right forearm.
Okay. Mr. Collins' neck. Anything significant there?
You see the beginning of a 7-3.
Is that like the 730 you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Collins' forearms. Anything of significance on the forearms?
Not that I'm seeing right now.
Okay. All right, did you have an opportunity to review the social media as it relates to some of the defendants?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 116. Did you have an opportunity to view Mr. Booker's Instagram?
Yes, sir.
You had a chance to look at what's on State's 116?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, it's under State's 116?
Mr. Booker's social media?
Yes, sir.
No objection, Judge.
Thank you.
Other than
Right.
going to the motion.
Right. Ms. Drake,
No, no.
State's Exhibit 116 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
So, can you tell the jury what we're seeing there? Brief little blurb?
Yes, so this is a Instagram story. If you don't know, an Instagram story is something that you can post to your Instagram profile. It's visible for up to 24 hours to your followers or the public if your page is not private. This was located after I got a search warrant for Mr. Booker's Instagram account. And in this, what you're seeing is, you can see on both the gentlemen here, that the right foot is forward. Again, that's significant to the Bloods because their right foot will be presented forward. It's where they represent their gang. And then the text caption is 9-3 gangsters with a broken heart emoji, which is red. 9-3 gangsters would be a reference to the 9 Tray Gangsters, which is one of the United Blood Nation sets that I had mentioned earlier. And then there's also a red Powerade in there too, which could be his favorite color or flavor, but it's also red, and the Bloods represent with red.
Instead of me hopping up and down, running back and forth, I'm going to hand you States 117, 118, and 119.
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to previously view those?
Yes, I have.
States 117, you mentioned that you had an opportunity to view Mr. Booker's Instagram account. Does States 117, 118, and 119 contain what you were able to see on Mr. Booker's Instagram account?
Yes.
Judge, we tender States 117, 118, and 119 in this matter.
No additional motions, Judge, no additional objection other than the motions, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Clegg?
No objection.
And Mr.
No objection.
Okay.
Mission publisher, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. States Exhibit 117, 118, and 119 are admitted without objection.
Mission publisher,
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to the screen.
Are these videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I didn't know if there were photos or videos. Go ahead.
Thank
Okay, trying to keep up on this one. Niggas don't pop, so they start me. I sit there, watch them niggas pop up every drill, man, the same. Niggas mad, I got a chain, but fuck this thing, man. Mama, I ain't have a dime on me, I can break the bank. Bustin' out my pocket, only me know why they hold it on my time, the light on me, so I find it like the purple, said I'm hardy, man, we smile. Now I'm feeling cocky, when I get them in, I'm put it in, and all I need is I got a wall, nigga, yo, the light. Can't bring back my dog, but I can chase the killer and make it right. On my shit, that shit don't like come back. Once a month, I be sitting while my nigga running my so my chances with the script and burst the bitch and got smacked. So my chances with the stick, I rolled it down and got away. So my chances with the whip, I hit the road and got away. So my chances with your bitch, I fucked the whole and painted fake. Niggas sit on poppin', so they startin' to hate. I sit there and watch them niggas pop up, baby, drill, man, the same. Niggas mad, I gotta change it. Fuck this like, mama, I ain't half a dime on now. I can buy the brand, what's back on bustin' out on light. Only need no way to play it on my time to light on me so I can find a topic. Mother said I'm hard to make me smile. Now I'm feeling cocky. When I get them in, I'm put an M and all I need to pass. Right, all the names out. That's one gang and one side. We gon' here for the money. It's time to cross over. Whoever thought that I'd be in a position that I don't know. Niggas acting like they down the ride with me. Don't want me to win. Screaming, fuck the cool. I ain't with that hate shit like Bush. Did you come from Italy? Did Draco come from us? I saw my bitch that I is on the way. She like, fuck, look at me now. Look at you now. You should stay down, little bitch, you stuck. I know she bad. Niggas sit on pockets, so they start to hate. I sit there, watch them niggas pop up, baby, drill, man, the same. Niggas mad.
How many days after the homicide was that posted?
3 days. It was on July 13th.
Would a video like that be consistent with trying to steal a reputation?
Yes.
States 118, permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
Counterfeit, you don't pull up on.
I've paused the video. Detective, as we go through this video, what does it contain?
So in this video, you'll see Mr. Booker performing a song called Red Ops, which is a song by 21 Savage, who we mentioned earlier. 21 Savage, again, who is a Blood, wrote a song called Red Ops. So it's a reference to Red being the Blood's opposition. And essentially what that song is about is committing extreme acts of violence against enemies of the Bloods. So Mr. Booker will be performing it, so to speak, to his Instagram audience. And then about 2 or 3 minutes in, I believe, is when a female comes on and they have some friendly banter back and forth that I'll explain.
When you'd like me to pause the video, please do.
Yes, sir.
Ow, pussy boy, getting dealt. I bought a brand new dropper and then I put me on some drop. Young sat real street, nigga. Y'all ain't on no block. Bitch, keep your leg closed, cause all I want is top. I put them pew, 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 pew. Y'all gonna call the cops. I just bought a pistol, it got 30 rounds in it.
What's been shown on the screen right now?
So, Sex, Money, Murder, which is one of the United Blood Nation sets, they have a hand sign, or they'll go 2 guns up, which they'll put fingers up like this to represent their founder, Pistol Pete. Now, the extension of the finger is going to be something that a Sex, Money, Murder set known in Atlanta is 45 Worldwide, what they commonly do, and they'll put it together for a W for the Worldwide.
You mentioned Pistol Pete. The one I know is Pistol Pete Maryvich. He played NBA basketball. Is that who you're talking about?
No, sir.
Who are you talking about?
Peter Rolak. I don't know what he was in Rikers Island for, but he was the founder of Sex, Money, Murder.
Pull up to your mama house and put some rounds in it. With a nigga block and watch him bleed and drown in it. 100 round drum, watch some nigga drown with him on that slaughter gang shit. Slaughter gang.
Slaughter Gang?
Slaughter Gang is 21 Savage's set of Sex, Money, Murder, also known as Paper, Drugs, Extortion, or 4L, or PDE.
On that slaughter gang shit, murder gang shit. 2 guns up, blip. I don't give a fuck.
You can pause it there.
I'm a big dog, little nigga.
So what he said there was Slaughter Gang shit, Murder Gang shit. Again, that's a reference to Slaughter Gang and Sex, Money, Murder. 2 guns up, a reference to the hand sign that I spoke of. And then right here, I think it says you're a big dog. And then next is going to reference a pup when Mr. Melvin hits play. Bloods will commonly refer to older members as dogs. And they even have like a brand that they use. They call the dog paw. It's 3 dots. And then younger blood members and associates are referred to as pups.
Pup, pull up at the spot, walk up on and shoot it up. Yo, bitch, you on the matter, yeah, I gotta boot it up.
You can pause it there.
You said it.
So he's talking about pulling up on the spot, shooting it up. You heard references to having, extended magazines, things like that. So again, it's just referencing the violence that he's willing to commit against his opposition.
Good chapping, but I heard that's a lot. Cold water, cup store, on straight side. You cute skinny bitch, cause I like a fat ass and thighs. Bitch, on Young Savage, your baby daddy know not to try.
I just saw a series of hand signs, and we're at 104 on the video. Could you describe the hand signs that we just saw?
Yep, so it was the sex, money, murder hand sign, and then he went to the 9-tray gangster hand sign, and that just makes a 9 and a 3 with the fingers. And then the last hand sign he put up was this, I believe, which is just commonly used to represent the east side of Atlanta.
Here, you know what the fuck? So I'm glad. I just tried to tell him what was happening, right? And fuck, I'm leaving it up.
Well, God, I was just gonna say less.
You
I was just gonna end it, bitch.
I ain't even gonna talk about.
Oh God! AYB, where you at? Pull up on me.
You slime, bro. That shit lame, yeah. Go there, Brown. What happened, bro? But you lame, yeah.
YB, can you tell me go get my eyebrows arched?
You stay trying to go outside, shawty. That shit.
Like, girl. Girl, wait, I can't even hear you.
Wait.
Oh, what you say?
You do too much, bro. You do too much, bro. What the fuck is all that? Get on live.
Wait.
Yeah, shit. She talking about yes.
Come on, YB, can you come now? Cause I gotta go to work, so can you come now? And I got somewhere to go today, so can you come now? Hey,
Ooh, mate, you talking about? Come on, man.
what day?
Just stop.
His line going up because of me. I am finna get ready to let that. His line going up because of me.
She said, look, like I said, girl, you supposed to be getting ready, so get your ass ready.
You can pause there.
Yo.
So the young lady joins the Instagram Live, and a live, if you don't know, is just you can stream to your followers, and people can join in. They can chime in with their own commentary. So she joins in the live, and as you can see, she's got red hair, and initially that's unassuming until she throws up the 9-tray hand sign, as well as the 45 worldwide or sex, money, murder sign that I'd spoken of earlier. And Mr. Booker's about to respond with hand signs as well.
Yo, it's Lazy, Gab, and Peanut. Y'all ready for today? Oh, look at Steve. I not like you. Stop talking.
I'm getting ready right now. I'm finna come outside.
Stop talking to her before she not come get me. Leave her alone.
Oh, you talking about Lily?
Yeah.
Oh. There ain't no conversation.
Okay, now Peanut, you ready for the next?
Talking about we blazing. Now, what about me, twin? I ain't all that.
No.
You can pause there.
Sorry.
So he says he's talking about me, twin. I ain't Rolac. Again, he's saying essentially it's a reference to Pistol Pete, Rolac, saying I'm not sex, money, murder. And then there was something else he said, but could you rewind?
Before she not come get me. Leave her alone.
Oh, you talking about Lily?
Yeah.
Oh. There ain't no conversation.
Okay, now Peanut, you ready for the next?
Talking about we blazing. Now, what about me, twin? I ain't all that.
No.
Okay, you can pause. So he says, we blazing. That's a reference to Sex Money Murder will say that they are Blazing Billies. It's just kind of like a nickname that they go by. So he's saying we blazing, and then he says I ain't Rolac. And they're about to continue their banter about the two.
That's good, though.
You're not Petey.
I don't
Anyway, like I said, y'all think I already know, yeah.
You can pause.
Yo.
So she says you're not Petey. Again, that's a reference to you're not Sex Money Murder, referring to Pistol Pete. And then it kind of chops out, but he seems kind of taken aback and shakes his head like he's in a friendly way, saying like I'm not trying to be, is kind of what it appears to be, but it chops out, so it's a little difficult to tell. But you can hit play.
I'm gonna need you to keep your voice up when you're talking.
Yes, sir.
Fresh up clean, nigga.
I started off early.
3 stats, Billy Gang shit.
That was the 9-tray hand sign that I showed earlier, and then when he curled his fingers up, I can't do it right now. It makes a B with your, so Bloods will do a B like that, or they'll curl their fingers like that for like an uppercase B.
Yo, so fresh up clean, nigga.
I started off early.
3 stats, Billy Gang shit. Let me see. Hey, let me get 2-pack, bro. Don't crab on me, bro.
So he just said Billy Gang shit. 9-tray will refer to themselves as Billy Badass or Billy Gang. So it's just a nickname that 9-tray has for themselves. And then he says, don't crab on me. So Bloods will commonly refer to their rivals, the Crips, as crabs. It's a derogatory term to the Crips. So when he's saying to her, don't crab on me, it's basically saying, hey, don't be a Crip. Like, don't do that to me type thing.
They smell good.
Why you didn't get the banana kind? You got the nasty shit.
Ooh, I do not like flavored blends.
What the hell? You tweaking.
That shit be too fruity.
Tweaking on moms, bro.
That's why I got.
On phone them.
They smell good.
On phone them.
It's about some facts. I taught you that. You taught who wet? Cause you ain't teach me.
Don't worry, he not telling you, buddy.
Oh, okay.
He my Billy, bro.
Oh, okay, cause the nigga ain't taught me shit. Nigga, fucking talking about, yeah.
Okay, with your roll that though, yeah, you better pot that shit down, baby. It's a Billy world, you just living in it. Remember that.
You can pause there.
Nope.
So he says, it's a Billy world, you're just living in it. So the significance of that is that Omar Porte, the founder of the 9-tray gangsters, and ultimately 9-tray was who founded the United Blood Nation and brought the other 4 sets in. And Sex Money Murder was one of the sets. So by him saying, it's a Billy world, you're just living in it, it's essentially saying, how I understand it is, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for us type thing. And it's a reference to their history within the UBN.
This is a blazer world, sir. Let me go.
Nigga, Bobby Hunt shit. You see what the fuck that nigga just said?
Nigga, I tell you something about Bobby Hunt.
Ooh, my mama don't do that though. Don't you do that? I would come. Bro, don't do that shit.
Blaze Billy only, nigga. 4-5 ways. Nigga already know what Blaze.
You can pause.
No cap.
Who paid?
So there she says it all, Blazing Billies only. It sounds like 4 or 5 ways, again, reference to 45 worldwide, which is the Sex Money Murder set. And she's throwing up the hand signs all while doing that.
And Sex Money Murder and 9-tray, are they cooperative gangs?
Yes, and I think this video does a really excellent job of showing the friendly banter between the two. As you can see, they're kind of just poking fun at each other more or less and having a friendly conversation about who's better, essentially.
For y'all nigga though.
Not really.
You.
Who really talking about something now though?
What?
The Blazers.
Now.
Stop. We are running this shit. We running it. It's a Blazers world. Nigga know what's going on with it.
Hey, just remember, it's always first set, worst set. Just remember.
Oh my God. Now if I have to tell
never
you,
gonna change, baby.
now if I have to tell you something about that shit online anyway.
Never gonna change. I might go get BBA on my forehead. Like, it's never gonna change.
I might just get BBO in the face. Like, you feel me? I'm so peaty.
What?
I'm so roll that like.
Y'all, by the time you do that, y'all.
I'm so peaty. Like, oh my mama, nigga, oh gang, I'm so petty. Like,
Come on, man. Y'all been done changed it.
no nigga mad me.
I got
no face. I've been rolling. What was you talking about? I've been rolling.
You got 4-5 tat in your face tomorrow. Y'all nigga ain't gonna be goddamn 76, goddamn 252 or something.
No, let that go. You might as well just let that go before I tell you something about that Billy tip.
All right, thank you. Permission public states 119.
Yes.
And we able to retrieve the information from Ms. Pellins as well?
Yes.
Billy gang shit. Yeah, we on Billy gang shit. But get what? I never get them street laws. Nigga, mind your business, get money, and shut the fuck up. Nigga, what the fuck you talking about?
Thank you. Judge Weiss, please. Thank you.
We saw the tattoos of Mr. Hulie, Mr. Collins, and Mr. Booker's previously.
Yes, sir.
Let's discuss the actions at the QT.
Yes, sir.
If I'm a gang member, well, let me ask you this.
To be criminal street gang activity, does the Georgia law require membership, association, or either?
Membership or association.
What's the difference between being a member of a gang and being associated with a gang?
So a member of a gang, I personally, as an investigator, unless someone comes out and tells me directly, I was beaten in, I joined this gang, and they are direct with me about that, I typically will not say that someone's a member. Now, association is association, like the statute says, formally or informally. This can be through the use of gang colors and symbols. This can be a use of the gang name. This can be posting those things I just mentioned onto social media. And it can also be association through who are you with? What is their association to the gang? And you could be associated to the gang through your social circle, so to speak.
Thank you. Just a few more questions. Actions of the QT, if I am a member of the Bloods and a fellow gang member gets in a fight, am I expected to assist, aid, or help?
Yes.
Would that include running up to assist with a gun?
Yes.
Would that include driving fellow gang members to the scene?
Yes.
Would that include driving fellow gang members away from the scene?
Yes.
What happens to me if I don't aid or assist?
Again, it's blood in, blood out. You'd be punished in some way.
Would the theft of a Mercedes-Benz maintain or increase my status in the Bloods?
Would increase or maintain, excuse me.
Would the theft of a gun maintain or increase my status within the Bloods?
Yes.
Would felony murder maintain or increase my status within the Bloods?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask for a quick break, Judge.
Okay. Let's take a 10-minute comfort break, afternoon break. Is that almost empty? I'll make sure the
No,
bag
that's quite full.
is good. Okay. Sure. We're off the record. We're off the record. Good.
Your Honor, I apologize. I remember I had a few more questions. Detective, may I begin? Your Honor?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I've handed you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 113, 114, and 115. Could you tell us what 113, 114, and 115 are?
Yes, sir. 113 is a screenshot that I found when I got Mr. Booker's Instagram account. The account name is brokenchild.
Before you start going into the contents of it, are those screenshots of Mr. Booker's Instagram account?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time would tender 113, 114, and 115.
On objection pursuant to the motion. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor?
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 113, 114, and 115 are admitted without objection.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to direct your attention to States 113 as it comes up on the screen.
So what's significant about this posting?
So if you look at the top with the account name, it'll be the top left. It's a brokenchild.5. The 5 again is significant because the Bloods will commonly use the number 5 to represent their gang. So if we look at the actual picture, you'll see Mr. Booker on the left, and he's got his two hands together. It's like a bull hand sign. It could be a reference to the Chicago Bulls, like I mentioned earlier. And then the person on the right, I don't know who that is. He is displaying the 9-tray hand sign on his right hand. And then the caption, if you look at it, contains Billy to death. Again, 9-tray will refer to themselves as Billy Badass. So he's basically saying he's 9-tray till death. And then the hashtags are hashtag 9-tray G's up, and then hashtag 730 PRG broken heart with an E.
Is hashtag 9-tray, is that affiliated with a particular gang?
It'd be 9-tray, the Bloods.
What's that?
It could just be like putting 9-tray up. It could also just be an abbreviation for guns up, which Sex Money Murder would use, but it's kind of hard to tell without more context, so it could be either one.
States 114 previously admitted. What's significant about this picture?
This was a picture I found on, again, Mr. Booker's Instagram. So he's there on the right side of the screen. He's looking down at the 9-tray hand sign that he's making. He's got his right foot forward, which I explained earlier. He's got the red heart on the left side of the screen, parallel to his arm there.
Right here?
Yep. And then at the bottom, it looks like a memorial to somebody that was killed. It's not uncommon to see pictures like this in gang investigations.
States 115 previously admitted. What's significant about this picture?
So this is the picture that actually led me to Mr. Booker's Instagram account. Someone had screenshotted it and then shared it to their own profile, which is how I found the page. So it was posted after Mr. Booker's arrest for this case. And in it, you can see again, he's displaying the 9-tray hand sign with the caption, "See y'all soon." His right foot will be forward as well, if you were to scroll down. And again, I find it significant that the picture posted is one displaying a 9-tray hand sign after this incident.
So did you also look through some of the cell phone extractions along with the comparison?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been previously entered.
Previously marked as State's Exhibit 120. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
This will be a cell phone extraction from Mr. Booker's phone.
Okay. And Your Honor, tender States 120. Does it relate to this case?
Yes.
Judge, would tender States 120 at this time?
No objection, Judge.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 120 is admitted without objection.
What is the significance of 120 as it relates to this?
So this is a conversation that was found in Mr. Booker's messages. The owner name for the phone, which when we do a cell phone extraction, it shows the owner name. Sometimes they'll set it to something not their actual real name, like a nickname or moniker. In this one, it shows, excuse me, 1 second, please.
Yes.
Let me correct myself real quick. This is actually an extraction from Mr. Hulie's phone. Yes, sir. That was my mistake.
All right, Judge, we'd retender 120 as a distraction from Mr. Hulie's phone.
No objection, Judge.
Ms. Drake?
Your Honor, just pursuant to task.
Okay. Okay, it's admitted without objection.
What's the relevance of Station 120?
It's going to be a conversation found in Mr. Hulie's phone, and there's a number of different blood references throughout the conversation.
Could you reference the conversations that Mr. Hulie had, and the conversation he was saying?
Yes, so, excuse me.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. So the conversation's just back and forth, making plans initially excuse me. On page 8, the person, or excuse me, Mr. Hulie sends, or received, sorry, on August 1st, 2022. It's in UTC time, so that may be July 31st in Eastern Standard Time. Says swear and then on God, go brazy. Yes, sir. And so, may I explain?
Yes, please.
Brazy is one of the intentional misspellings that I spoke about earlier. So I mentioned Crips, if they have a word with the letter C, they might add a K after to show, or excuse me, Bloods might add a K after to show disrespect to the Crips. They'll also intentionally misspell and replace the letter C with the letter B.
I'd like to direct your attention to page 10. You see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on page 10, is that a message that was sent by Mr. Collins, or at least from Mr. Collins' phone?
It would be from Mr. Hulie's phone.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Hulie's phone. Is that a conversation from Mr. Hulie's phone?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to publish page 10 of State's Exhibit 120. Can you walk me through what we're seeing here?
Yes, so essentially a summary of this is that it's going to be what we would call in gang investigations as like a book of knowledge, which will be basically expectations for gang members and associates that they're to live by as an associate of the gang. So it's Mr. Hulie sending it to whoever 5 is, which again, referencing back to 5 being a significant number for the Bloods. Just to read some of it, it says, for their oath, as I lock the bees with 3 fingers spread, I shall know my purpose as a blazer. I will abide by the 45 movement and respect and honor all hierarchy that will guide me on my journey. Through thick and thin, pain and joy, my guns will blaze for eternity, and I will not use thy GF name in vain, Pete's child. The pledge, I pledge my life as a blazer to walk like Pete until my time is upon me. I will honor thy brother and sister with love, loyalty, consistency, and dignity. I will protect and help build my community for the better of our future. This is this is my allegiance to the 45 forever worldwide. The balls out and responses. If you're familiar with history and like World War II and the invasion of Normandy, the Allies would have codes. They'd give each other like flash and you'd respond thunder. That's the best comparison I can make to these. So somebody would say like 10:03 and they would respond with Pete Love, for example, if that makes sense. Excuse me.
If you just read down through that message.
All of it, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Balls out in response.
So balls out and responses, 10:03, Pete Love, 1974, Rolac Loyalty, First Body, BMO.
Let me stop it. When we talk about 1974, Rolac Loyalty.
I'm not sure what the significance of 1974 would be, but Rolac Loyalty would be a reference to Pistol Pete Rolac.
First Body BMO?
Yep, First Body BMO, First Million GMO, Stand Up Nation, 45 WW, which would be for 45 worldwide. Stand Up Guys, Be Real or Be Dead. My brother's keeper, 2 guns up. My brother's keeper is something that's commonly referenced throughout other blood literature, specifically UBN, United Blood Nation literature that I've reviewed. Always and Forever, Triple Homicide, Sunrise on the East, What's Blazing More, or More. Sunset on the West, We Blazing, The Masterpiece, The Church, The Apostles, Royal Flush, The Pope, CEO, The Bishop, Worldwide President, The Pastor, Worldwide Vice President. These appear to be ranks within the organization. The Bishop, the Pastor, Worldwide Vice President, Prophet, Worldwide General Manager, Deacon Board, 5th Manager, Chief Deacon, 4th Manager, 3rd Manager, 2nd Manager, 1st Manager, and church members, street team. More love, thank you. More respect, you're welcome. Bill Money, Shoot on Sight, 45th Floor, Big Homie, Lost Soul, Fucking Up. Worth noting there, the C is crossed out and an X is put in place. Slave Catcher, be Police. Again, the C is intentionally replaced with an X. 320s, Civilian, Driver's Seat, Green Light, Double Check, a No-Go, Life Insurance, Pay Dues, Trap Toy, Phone, Pete Way, Say Less, Blacktop, No, Red Way, Yes, Rainbow Dancer, Homo, Natural Life, Weed, Wintertime, Coke, Matt Ryan, Ice, Demon Juice, Liquor, Eddie Kane, Crack, Demon Child, Out the Whip. So those appear to me to be more like slang that the gang would use for those specific items like crack cocaine and so on.
And then it continues on, much the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to page 11, the second green paragraph. Can you explain the significance of this text that originated from Mr. Hule's phone?
Yes, so it says, more or less, I be that Rolac money counter, reppin' sex, money, murder, with my guns up high till the day we die. Steady flushin' Pete, Russian strong, militant-minded, guns bussin', forever, or for Pete forever in my eyes, 45 worldwide, blat. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, the intention of misspellings are throughout there. Clearly, this is referring to sex, money, murder. Basically saying, I'll be a Rolac money counter. I'll be repping sex, money, murder with my... representing the gang, sex, money, murder, which would be a blood set. With my guns up high, referring to the hand sign, until the day we die. So it's a for life commitment. And then the second sentence, it's not really divided into sentences, but the second part of that, steady flushing Pete Russian, it's more or less the same. And then 45 worldwide, the 45 WW, which I've referenced a few times already. And then BLAT is an abbreviation that Bloods will commonly use for blood love all the time.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis?
Is it investigative post?
Investigator, detective, corporal, officer, doesn't matter, sir.
Fantastic. All right, I'm going to call you Investigator Post. I don't know if we've met before. Have we met before?
Briefly, one time, yeah.
Okay. Sometimes people remember me. I'm terrible with faces. So let me start here. I've heard 9 Trey. I've heard Slaughter Gang. I've heard Sex, Money, Murder. What's the relationship between those 3 gangs in Georgia?
Yes, sir. So, as I mentioned before, 9 Trey was part of the United Blood Nation initially, which Sex, Money, Murder was brought into by 9 Trey's founder. So historically, 9 Trey and Sex, Money, Murder have a relationship going back to the founding of the United Blood Nation. And in the video that we played earlier with Mr. Booker and that female, whoever.
That's the second one. I got you. Second video.
Yes,
Okay.
the split screen one
Got
where
you.
he's, yes. It, in my opinion, displays the relationship between sex, money, murder, and 9 Trey quite well. Now, you asked about, I think it was Slaughter Gang.
Yes.
Slaughter Gang, a little bit more East Atlanta history here. I don't remember when, but when 21 Savage was coming up, his neighborhood gang was founded in Paradise East Apartments in DeKalb County, which if I remember correctly is off Boulder Crest Road. And as he became more popular, I missed a part. So they were founded in Paradise East Apartments, and they had their gang of paper, drugs, extortion. It was a small neighborhood clique, not associated with any larger entity at the time. Well, as 21 Savage became more popular, over time, he was using blood signs, blood symbols, and terminology representing the Bloods, specifically sex, money, murder. And through my training and just my gang investigations experience, I've learned that the sex, money, murder sent a representative, from the national side of things, to bless in 21 Savage's set as an official set of sex, money, murder. So Slaughter Gang would have the same relationship, at least historically, by that blessing in to 9 Trey as sex, money, murder, if that makes sense.
So 9 Trey and sex, money, murder, they might be looked at as two separate brothers in a family. Is that right? I want to know who's under whom, who's equal to whom. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, so you want to know if 9 Trey or sex, money, murder are
they equal?
I don't know how they look at each other. I can only kind of say that contextually based on that video that we played.
Can I be in both? Can I be both 9 Trey and sex, money, murder?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay, so I can be a blood, but I have to sort of pick 9 Trey or sex, money, murder. Is that right?
I don't know if you have to pick one or the other. You could just be
just be a blood.
Yes, I would say so.
Okay, so 21 Savage's PDE, they got blessed in by sex, money, murder.
At some point, yes.
At some point in time, and did they then become Slaughter Gang, or is that different?
Yeah, eventually they changed names to Slaughter Gang. It's also referred to as 4L.
Okay, so PDE became Slaughter Gang. Does Slaughter Gang have other subgroups like PDE?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so is Slaughter sort of the younger brother of 9 Trey? What's the relationship between Slaughter Gang and 9 Trey?
So again, Slaughter Gang was brought in as a sex, money, murder set.
I got you.
So then they would have the relationship of, I guess, 9. They would share the relationship sex, money, murder does to 9 Trey. Would be my
I got you. And the two guns up, pistol Pete. Which gang is that?
Sex, money, murder.
That's sex, money, murder. Got you. Okay, good. You talk about the criterion card, field interview card. What's the maximum number of points that a person gang designation can earn?
I don't have it here in front of me, so I'm not sure the max number.
Is it more than 10?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You talk about a 2024 study. The 2024 study that determined that 64 to 65% of all violent crime was committed by gang members. Who funded that study? Who was that study done by?
That was through the Georgia Gang Investigators Association.
Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Okay, I got it. And were sex offenses admitted as violent crimes in the study? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so you don't know if rape and aggravated child molestations were included in the violent crimes that were committed by 64% of all of gang members. Is that fair to say?
The study actually, let me correct myself, it says 65% of all crime in Georgia shows that gangs are responsible for that.
Okay, all crime. That's fine. That's fine. And in terms of violent crime, the study recognize that how much of the violent crime was committed by gang members?
I'm not sure if it went into that distinction. I don't have that information available.
Okay, and of course, graffiti, that's a crime. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And that would be part of the 65% of all crime. Is that right?
Yes.
Breaking into cars and vandalism, that would be part of it also. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did the study at all, the 2024 study, did it make reference to how many times drugs and alcohol fueled any of the crime?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Do you know if the study was tied to any funding at all?
No, I don't.
Okay. The Georgia Gang Investigators Association, have they identified the factors that lead to young people being at risk for joining a gang?
So in the media release that I have from the results of the study, it just mentions youth involvement in gang activity being concerning, and then they attribute that to the glamorization of criminal street gang lifestyle.
Via rap.
It doesn't specify rap, but it just says the glamorization of criminal street gang lifestyle. And then also lacking some youth programs and things like that.
Okay, you look at the downloads of a number of folks that have been identified as gang members in different investigations. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen any gospel on there, people rapping gospel?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, have you ever seen them doing any sort of rap in the jazz or anything like that?
Not often, if I have.
Okay, good. So when we talk about 21 Savage, when we talk about 50 Cent, we talking about gangster rap being promoted
Yes.
by gangs. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, since obviously we want to get all crime down, has the Georgia Gang Investigation Association, have they said, listen, when we see that there's no father and that there's income less than $5,000 and there's less than 5 books in the home and nobody has gotten their high school diploma, these are the things that we can look at and say, this child here at 5 and 6 is at risk. Have they identified the at-risk things in order to minimize the number of people that might be persuaded to join a gang?
Not in the information that I have.
Okay. And that organization has been around how long?
Since 1998.
Okay, 1998. So that's been 25 plus years. I always hear this, in a gang and being an associate of a gang. What is the definition of an associate of a street gang?
So I don't know of a standardized definition of associate. So I have to rely on what the statute says and
Fair enough.
shows us.
I don't want you to quote the statute. I'm
Yeah.
just based on your expertise. So
Okay.
let's go to some examples. Sometimes it's easier to identify via an example what a thing is as opposed to giving it a definition. If I drink once a week with a member, with a group of a number of sex, money, murder gang members that have been identified as sex, money, murder gang members, does that make me an associate?
You said you drink with them once a
just
week?
drink with them once
Fred?
a week. Every Thursday like clockwork, I'm here with these 12, 15 sex, money, murder gang members, and we drink. Sometimes they buy, sometimes I buy. You know, we're generous like that.
Yeah, I'd say you're associated. You're regularly meeting with them and partaking in a social activity. You're associated with them.
Okay, associated to the point that I might be charged. I'm talking about when they say, we're not talking about associated, the common definition. I'm talking about associated for purposes of the statute. I might be charged.
Well,
For just drinking. We're just drinking. We're not talking about anything. We're just drinking.
well, if you're just drinking, then no, because no violation of criminal gang activities occurred if you're just socially drinking with them.
Okay. So if I'm the tire and rim guy, and I provide all of slaughterhouse's needs with their vehicles, I provide all the rims, I provide all the tires, and that's all I do for them. Am I associated?
Yeah, you're associated.
Okay. Am I associated where I might be charged because I'm receiving money from the slaughter gang and I'm putting rims rims and tires on their cars?
If you're not participating in the criminal gang activity with them, you would not get charged.
Okay, good. So even though they might be selling drugs or committing armed robberies, I'm not going to be charged as an associate because I receive money from them for just providing rims and tires. Is that fair to say?
I mean, are you providing I guess in your scenario, are you providing a legitimate service?
Legitimate
Yeah,
service.
then
Rims and tires.
I don't see any reason that you would be charged for, changing their brakes or rims or tires or whatever.
Okay, fair enough then. So I would assume under the same scenario, if I'm a criminal defense attorney and I've just got 9 tray after 9 tray after 9 tray, go to him. I'm not going to be charged as an associate. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk about the first video that was played featuring David Booker. In that video, he has an extended clip. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
He's brandishing what they call an extendo. Have you ever heard that term?
I have.
Brandishing an extendo. We're going to translate that for the members of the jury. He's brandishing an extendo, which means the clip comes out well beyond the gun. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
The prosecutor indicated that it was posted on July 13th of 2022. Can you confirm that? Is that when it was posted?
Excuse me one moment.
Sure, take your time.
Let's see. So I have noted here July 13th, 2022 in my report.
July 13, 2022 is when it was posted, or July 13, 2022 is when you saw it and held it, pulled it off of his Instagram?
That date would have been, I would have obtained that date from the Instagram data. I didn't receive the Instagram data back until October at some point, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so as best you can tell, that video that the jury saw with my client brandishing the extendo clip, that was posted July 13th of 2022. Was that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the artist playing in the background?
No, I'm not.
Okay. brandishing an extendo. We're going to translate that for the members of the jury. He's brandishing an extendo, which means the clip comes out well beyond the gun. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
The prosecutor indicated that it was posted on July 13th of 2022. Can you confirm that? Is that when it was posted?
Excuse me one moment.
Sure, take your time.
Let's see. So I have noted here July 13th, 2022 in my report.
July 13, 2022 is when it was posted, or July 13, 2022 is when you saw it and held it, pulled it off of his Instagram?
That date would have been, I would have obtained that date from the Instagram data. I didn't receive the Instagram data back until October at some point, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so as best you can tell, that video that the jury saw with my client brandishing the extendo clip, that was posted July 13th of 2022. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the artist playing in the background?
No, I'm not.
Okay. The second video, he's in the second video, my client is mimicking 21 Savage in what he is rapping. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you've already indicated that he has the same, it looks like a sword to me.
A dagger.
A dagger,
Yeah.
okay. He has the same, my client has the same dagger between his eyes on his forehead that 21 Savage has. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You also indicated that, and I really didn't get this, so I have to ask this. Can I be a member of the gang and increase my status in the gang just by posting videos?
Can you repeat the question one more time, please?
Sure. I'm a very, very new member to Sex, Money, Murder. I have a little bit at risk, being here in the courtroom. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna post videos. And I'm gonna give all the hand signs. I'm not gonna do any crime. I'm just gonna post videos. Can I increase my status in the gang just by posting videos?
I don't think just by posting videos, eventually you would need to start putting in work, as I said, or committing some crimes to provide for the gang.
Right. I would have to start committing crimes now, and that's the important part. It's not I'm necessarily with somebody that's committing a crime. At some point in time, I have to commit crime. Is that fair to say?
Say that again.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna rephrase that.
Yeah.
She's a wrecking machine, into all kinds of trouble. Can I just be with her and increase my status in the gang when she's in the gang?
Just being with her?
Just being with her. Listen, she's the wrecking machine. She's gonna pull out the gun. She's gonna walk into the train car. Everybody get on the ground. You know what this is. I'm there in the other car. I don't have any guns, but I'm with her. Can I just be with her and I'm with her all the time and she's a wrecking machine? Can I increase my status in the game just by being with her?
I mean, it sounds to me in the scenario you just described like you would be driving or the lookout. Well, yeah, then if you're being the lookout, you're participating in the crime.
Okay,
and
good.
it would increase your status, yeah.
Good.
Or maintain.
So as long as she is enough of a wrecking machine for the both of us, I never actually have to touch any gun or do anything to anyone to actually increase my status in the gang. Is that right?
I don't want to say that's right. I feel like it may be situationally dependent. I'd have to know more information based on what you're describing.
I'm gonna give it to you. 2 years. We've been together 2 years. She's robbed plenty of trains. I've never touched a gun. I've only been a lookout. She hasn't required anything more. Can I just rise up the ranks of the gang? Just with her. She's an absolute menace and terror. Can I raise up the rank, or do I actually at some point in time have to get a gun, have to hold open the sack while people put their valuables in it? Do I have to do something? or is just being with a record machine enough? I'm gonna take that as you not quite sure.
Well, you know, you can play the what if game all day. It's
No, sir.
know-
Sir. You're the expert.
I'm telling you, she's an absolute menace. She hasn't been in custody for 2 years. She always carries 2 guns. She likes robbing trains.
So
I don't walk into the train. I don't walk into the car she's in. I don't hold any guns. I don't open up the satchel. I'm in the other car providing lookout. It's just me and her. I want to know if she's doing this for 2 years. She's robbing the trains once a week. Does my status increase just by being with her? Just being a lookout, not touching any guns, not doing any harm, actual harm to anybody.
So based on my experience, if it was 2 years of you just sitting outside looking, getaway driver type thing, I would expect that after that amount of time or a period of time, there may be an expectation for you to also participate and step up your game, so to speak.
Right.
And that's just based on the culture that I've seen investigating gangs. And again, going back to the concept of respect, you know, you're willing to help, but are you willing to put in work, what I say would be the difference.
Putting in work. And putting in work is not posting videos, right?
No.
That's right. And putting in work is not always sort of sitting off to the side, not actually getting your hands dirty. Obviously, if I'm a lookout, I'm legally dirty as a party to a crime. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but within the gang, they want me to actually get my hands dirty. Is that fair to say?
I would say at some point, yes.
2-3 weeks might go by, but ain't no way 2 years are going by and I'm not part of the chaos. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Clegg?
Corporal Post, I just have a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You had testified in a previous motion hearing in this case back in October of 2023, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you indicated that you had been involved in about 20 to 25 different gang investigations, correct?
Yes, sir.
And indicated also that you had been qualified as a gang expert 2 times in the past.
Yes, sir.
Have you been qualified as a gang expert subsequent to that date between October the 2nd of 2023 and now?
Yes, sir. So the date of that motions hearing, I was qualified. That would be my 3rd time. And then in October of this past year, so 2024, it may have been September, I was also qualified as an expert.
So 4 times altogether.
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the things you were asked about during the course of that hearing was the structure of gangs, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that the structure could vary according to the specific gang, correct?
Yes, sir.
You indicated that some gangs are quite formalized, right?
Yes, sir.
You indicated that there are other gangs that are very loosely organized. And then you also indicated that there are some gangs that may have no discernible structure at all. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you have made reference to a number of, if I'm understanding correctly, subset of gangs, correct?
Yes, of the Bloods.
We're starting with the Bloods. You've made reference to sex, money, murder. You've made reference to the Slaughter Gang. You've made reference to someone else. I can't even remember who else.
The 9 Tray.
Okay, 9
Yes,
Tray,
sir.
yeah. Now, can you tell us 9 Tray, are they formalized or are they loosely organized, or do they have a discernible structure, no discernible structure?
So based on my research into blood sets and 9 Tray, I've seen record of a formalized structure. Now, as that branches down, I guess from the top down to like local areas, so nationally to locally, I'm not sure what an individual 9 Tray set structure might be within a particular area. So it depends, I guess would be my answer.
So the head of the 9 Tray gang, for example, is that someone who is the national head of the gang, or are you referring to someone in Gwinnett County who's head of the gang?
I guess it would depend on the context of how I referred to it. If I said the national leader of 9-Tray, I'd be referring to the national. If it was the local leader of 9-Tray, that's what I would say. I would add the description to it if I was referring to a leader.
Is it possible for an individual to be a member, for example, of 9-Tray and not know who the leader is?
I would say the leader nationally or the leader locally would be my question after that. I suppose it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, is it possible that they might not know who the local leader is?
I'd say it's possible, but not as likely.
Okay, and do they have to, an individual have to pay some sort of homage to the leader?
Normally, yes.
Okay, and how would that homage be paid?
Based on my experience, and again, review of gang documents, normally there's some sort of dues paid. Normally there's some sort of meeting that gang members will attend, whether it be monthly, weekly, it depends. And there is normally an expectation of dues to be paid or contribution to the gang to be made.
Can you tell us, for example, how much the dues are for a local member of 9-Tray?
I don't know.
Can you tell us what benefit would be needed to be provided by a member of 9-Tray to the gang?
Can you say that again, please?
Benefits, I mean, there's benefit other than dues, right?
Yes, and that would again be respect, access to guns, opportunities to make money through various criminal activity, things of that nature.
Now, I think you testified previously that stealing a car could be beneficial to a gang, right?
Yes.
Because that could provide transportation to the gang, correct?
Yes.
That benefit would be limited if no one actually had the keys to a car, correct?
Unless they hotwired it or did something else finagling the car, yes.
The bottom line is if you commit a slighter crime, if you go ahead and slip into a car and drive off, and the guy who is putting air in his tires or pumping gas into his car has the key fob in his wallet, the car will only continue to run until you turn the car off, right?
I would say that varies on make and model. I'm not an expert on the proximity of key fobs in vehicles.
You have no idea whether or not it would be able to start the car back up if you didn't actually have the key fob, right?
I mean, he may be able to start it through other means, but I'm not an auto theft detective, so I'm not sure how that would
That's
do
fine,
that.
sir, and I appreciate that, okay. There was, you indicated in, well, let me ask you this. If someone were, same questions about sex, money, and murder. Who is the national leader of that gang?
I'm not sure.
Who is the local leader of that gang?
I'm not sure.
Who is the national leader of 9-Tray?
I'm not sure.
Who is a local leader of 9-Tray?
I'm not sure.
How many levels of organization would there be between the national level and the local level?
I'm not sure.
Would there be someone who is the state leader of a particular gang?
Likely, yes.
Do you know the identity of such a person?
I do not.
Either one of the gangs?
No, I do not.
Would there be a local leader for the Gwinnett County affiliates of that particular gang?
It's possible, yes.
Do you have the identity of anyone who is the local leader of either 9-Tray or sex, money, murder?
No, I don't.
Same question as to the slaughter gang. And before I get to that, these are all separate and distinct subsets of the Bloods, right?
Yes.
And if I understood correctly, when you answered one of Mr. Lewis's questions, you indicated that while they are technically members of the Bloods, they're not going to work in conjunction with one another, correct?
No, they would work in conjunction with one another because they have that historical connection going back to the 90s, like I spoke about.
Okay. But I mean, at that time, there was some sort of merger, correct?
More like an alliance than a merger. Yeah.
Merger sounds like something.
It's very corporate. Yeah.
Who was the leader of the gang?
When the alliance was conducted?
I don't know who the actual leader was of the UBN, so to speak, but Omar Porte was one of the leaders in 9-Tray, and he helped bring sex, money, murder into the fold of the United Blood Nation, and that would have been Pistol Pete Rolak as the leader of sex, money, murder at the time.
Okay. Now, if an individual were a member of one of these three gangs, who exactly would they report to here in Gwinnett County?
I'm not sure.
Okay. who exactly would they try to, if you're doing it to increase your status or position in the gang, you have to be aware of someone above you in the gang. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
You would have to communicate what you have done to that individual who is above you in the gang, correct?
Yes.
So if an individual were to increase their status or situation in the gang, that would require that they publicize what they have done, correct?
Yes.
So, for example, if Miles Collins were committing a particular crime for the purpose of increasing his status in the gang, he would have to communicate to someone else in the gang what he had done, correct?
Yes.
And one of the ways that could be done would be on social media, correct?
Yes.
Have you seen anything on his social media where he has communicated what he has done?
No.
Okay. Now, there was an exhibit that you played for the jury during the course of Mr. Melvin's direct examination that was 119, and it was a very short sequence, maybe lasting 5 or 6 seconds, that somehow was attributed to Mr. Collins. Do you recall that from the guy in a red hat and a pair of glasses?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't my client, Mr. Collins, was it?
No, but I located it on his Instagram page when I got the search warrant back.
Okay, so it's on his phone, right? Instagram?
Yes, Instagram phone. Yes, sir. So it was on his Instagram data that we got back pursuant to a search warrant.
Okay, and if you could speak up just a tad.
Yes, sir. My apologies.
Okay, so I mean, the bottom line is, he did not, that's not him in the video, right?
No, it's not.
Okay, now, we've seen some other videos that you suggest are Mr. Booker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but there is no question that what we have seen here in this courtroom, the 5 or 6 second clip of the individual saying God only knows what, is not my client, right? I represent Mr. Collins.
Correct.
Okay. There was a exhibit introduced by the state from, I guess, some screenshots from Mr. Hulie's phone showing, I guess, a structure of some gang, right? I mean, it started with the Pope, it went to the Bishop, it went to
Yes, sir.
the 10th manager, 9th manager. There were, if I counted correctly, about 10 different levels of management, correct?
Yes, sir. That sounds about correct.
Okay, so how many members of the gang are management, and how many of them are simple drones or employees?
That's not information that we always get to obtain during investigations. As far as, total gang membership numbers, we don't always get that information. As far as who's the manager or the bishop, that's not information we always get. It's very rare in my experience that we actually obtain rank structure for local sets during our investigations.
Okay. Now, obviously, I am presuming that if you find somebody who concedes that they are a gang member, they are going to be reluctant to disclose the identity of whoever is above them in the hierarchy of the gang. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
But nonetheless, if you examine their social media or their phone or their communications, you might be able to determine the identity of those above them in the hierarchy of the gang, correct?
Yes.
So, I mean, the higher up in the gang you go, the better off you are as far as being a gang investigator, correct?
Can you say that again?
You want to get to the person at the top.
Yes.
Of the gang, right?
Yes.
The person at the top of the gang is the person you want the most. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, it's a good goal.
Okay, in the course of your tenure as a gang detective here in Gwinnett County, and if I wrote that down, I think I wrote it down, that would have been from October 2021 to January in 2023. How many times was the head of the gang actually found?
Off the top of my head, I can think of 2.
2 times, okay, and there are more than 2 gangs in Gwinnett County. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, very fair.
I mean, given the fact that apparently gangs are responsible for 65% of the crimes committed in the state of Georgia, there must be one hell of a lot of gangs, right?
Yes, sir.
There must be one hell of a lot of managers of these gangs, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, were these two both in Gwinnett County?
Let's see, I'm trying to remember. I know one of them lived here in Gwinnett County, and it was for a case here in Gwinnett County. And then the other one, don't remember the details of that exactly. I just remember the leader being identified.
You did indicate in your previous testimony that it was not unusual for gang members to wear colors that are not associated with their gang for the purpose of misleading law enforcement, right?
Yes.
So if I'm a member of the Bloods, I'm supposed to wear red, is that correct?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And if I'm a member of the Crips, I'm supposed to wear blue, is that correct?
Generally, yes.
Mr. Williams has a blue suit, you have a blue suit, so that would be consistent with Crip, correct?
Yes, but I would need more information before I make that determination. I wouldn't say somebody is a Crip based on the clothing that they wear alone. I would need other factors to corroborate that. That may be a good starting point, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be they're a Crip, they're a Blood, they're a whatever.
Of course not. Simply
Yeah.
because someone is wearing red or blue clothing doesn't make them a gang member, does it?
Correct.
Simply because someone has a tattoo that is either red or blue does not make them a gang member, does it?
Correct.
It is fair to say that an individual might join a gang at an early age, but still at some point cease to be actively involved in the gang, right?
That's possible.
Okay. There were certain tattoos we saw of my client, Mr. Collins. One of them appeared to be a spider web on his neck. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
What was the significance of that exactly?
There's no significance that I know of in relation to the Bloods.
Okay. And there was a red dollar sign on one of his tattoos. Does that have any significance?
The color red being significant to the Bloods, and I've seen Bloods use dollar signs or money bags just as a way to represent. It's not specifically just Bloods that do that, though, but I have seen it on Bloods.
And there were also some flowers on his arms, right?
Yes, sir.
Flowers have anything to do with gangs?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so if someone had flowered tattoos, that you would not conclude from that they are associated with one gang or not with a gang or anything of significance one way or the other and looking at it from a gang perspective. Is that a fair statement, sir?
For the flowers?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. You were shown another photograph of his forearms, and maybe those were the flowers, and you basically looked at it and said there was absolutely nothing significant about that. Is that correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. You made reference to turf at some point during the course of your direct examination, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And define turf for us.
Turf would be a defined area that a gang controls. Now, the caveat to that in Gwinnett County specifically, there's areas that are generally recognized to be one gang's areas, but it's not clearly defined blocks or anything like that you would hear in Los Angeles or Chicago or New York. There is territory in Gwinnett, but it's not so much as defined as you would find elsewhere.
Is it trying to think of the right word, a violation of gang protocol to have a gang go onto someone else's turf and commit a criminal act?
So for one gang to go on a different gang's turf and commit an act, to the gang committing the crime, it wouldn't be a violation of protocol, but the second gang would likely take issue with that.
The second gang would not be pleased that someone's coming on their turf and committing a crime?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the QuikTrip in question in this case is located in Gwinnett County, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us whose turf the address at 5225 Peachtree Parkway is?
I would be able to say that I have most commonly contacted Bloods in that area of Peachtree Corners. I wouldn't say any particular set over another, but that is who I have most commonly contacted in the Peachtree Corners area.
And you understand none of these three individuals were living in Gwinnett County back in July of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
You understand all were living in southeast DeKalb County or perhaps Henry County, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you telling us, or do you know, it is your opinion, well, let me ask you this. Do you think these guys are all members of the same gang?
I'd say they're all associates of the Bloods, yes.
Okay, no. The subsets. I mean, do you think they're all members of the same, either Sex Money Murder, Nine Trey, or the Slaughter Gang?
So you're asking me which...
Yeah, I mean, do you think they're members of, are all three of them members of one of those particular subsets?
Yes.
And all the same one?
No.
No, so they're different members of different subsets, right?
They are different members of different subsets under the same national alliance of the UBN.
Gotcha. But if they were trying to increase their position or status in the gang, they would all be reporting to different folks, right?
Technically, yes.
Okay. And as far as Mr. Collins is concerned, do you have any evidence that he reported anything on July the 10th or thereafter prior to his arrest about his involvement in what happened at the QuikTrip?
No.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Ms. Drake?
Hi, Detective. Good to see you.
Same to you.
I'm going to be brief. I just have a couple of questions. You indicated that the number 12 on my client's middle finger is basically a big disrespect toward cops.
Yes.
Would that be fair? And that is not necessarily gang specific. Would that also be a fair statement?
Correct.
In fact, there's lots of people that don't necessarily like cops, no offense.
Yes, ma'am.
And especially in the black community. There are large areas, be it location-wise or otherwise, that do not have good relationships with law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am.
So you talked about Instagram and other social media and about reporting crimes so that people can get credit for it. What did you find on Josiah's Instagram?
I did not get a search warrant for his Instagram. I wasn't able to locate it.
Okay. So you couldn't locate an Instagram. What about a Facebook page?
I don't remember finding a Facebook page.
Okay. Now, the 424 tattoo, that doesn't necessarily have to be death before dishonor. That could be a variety of other things. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have no idea at what point in my client's life that he got any of the tattoos. Would that also be a fair statement?
Yes.
So sometimes a crime is just a crime for that person. It's not related to a gang. It's not related to status. It may just be a crime of opportunity. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Now, I wanted to ask you about, so we have the Bloods, and then you were talking about people in prison. Isn't that a reason sometimes young people join gangs if they're in custody or something? Is simply so they don't get killed by someone else? Wasn't that kind of how this all started?
Yes, ma'am.
And could that be true also within a very poor, violent neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
And talking about peer pressure, could it just be that every single one of my friends say that they're a part of this, so I want to be a part of it too. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And sometimes people could be associated or hang around other people just because they grew up together. Would that be fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And just because you hang around with someone does not in and of itself mean that you adhere to their beliefs or their positions. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. I believe you indicated that sometimes young kids could false claim. Did you say that in relation? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make sure. So, normally if you false claim, that would be something very, very bad. Is
Yes.
that a fair statement?
Yes.
So every single person who has ever made a false claim to a gang, they have been killed.
Not every single person.
Could it depend certainly on factors such as age or who they actually false claim to?
Yes.
I wanted to make sure I understand. So we have this umbrella of bloods. What is, I believe, is it the UAB?
UBN.
Okay, what is
United,
that?
the United Blood Nation.
And how is that different from the Bloods?
So, with the Bloods, there is West Coast Bloods, so that'll be sets that were initially founded in Los Angeles in the 60s and 70s. And then there's the United Blood Nation, which is going to be East Coast Bloods, and that would include 9-Tray and Sex, Money, Murder. Traditionally, West Coast and East Coast Bloods butt heads, so to speak. Not always, but traditionally, the East Coast Bloods are not viewed as legitimate.
So they're kind of posers.
Not necessarily. I mean, they've certainly made a reputation for themselves up and down the East Coast. I'd say they're to be taken quite seriously.
But the original Bloods, as a general rule, do not have that much respect for the East Coast. What'd you say, the EB?
The UBN.
UBN.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, within the UBN, and that stands for what?
The United Blood Nation.
And within the United Blood Nation, there are different, I guess, subgroups. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And sometimes within these subgroups, person A and B get mad at D and E and they go form their own subgroup. Would that be a fair statement?
Possibly, yes.
And if you had been part of one group, but you're like, you done made me mad, I don't want to be with you anymore, I'm going to create my own group, you still may carry over, possibly wearing the same colors as that group. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
So if you're part of a different subgroup that you created on your own, you're really not associated with or part of that group you left because you're mad at them and you've created your own group. Is that a fair statement?
They're not associated? Was that your question?
If they don't associate with them in
But-
present day because they're mad at them for whatever reason and they go off and form their own group, they're no longer part of that group.
But are they still using the same color, signs, names, that type of thing? Because if that would be the case, then I would say there's still an association. It may not be formal, it'd be more informal.
Okay, informal. So, Sex, Money, and Murder, are they considered an independent gang at this point and no longer part of the original subsection that they came to from the Bloods?
Yes, there's some indication that sex, money, murder has is not part of the alliance of the United Blood Nation any longer, but there's still indications that there's still the, I guess, friendliness would be the correct word, between the UBN sets and sex, money, murder.
I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Miller?
Just briefly, ask about maintaining and increasing status as part of the gang. Would the actions of going to the QT gas station in order to steal a car, then executing the driver of the car, and then fleeing be consistent with participation in gang activity?
Yes.
And when you look at the defendants and you assign values, did you look at their criminal histories?
Yes, sir.
And did you take into account that Mr. Collins has previously been convicted of theft by taking a motor vehicle?
Yes.
Did you take into account that Mr. Booker has previously been convicted of theft by receiving a motor vehicle?
Yes.
And did you take into account that Mr. Collins has previously pled under the First Offender Act the theft of a motor vehicle?
Yes.
And were those actions consistent with participation in gang activity when you look at the entire spectrum of their behavior?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, you found out that David Booker has a prior conviction for theft by receiving. Did you know the details of the theft by receiving?
No, I do not.
Okay, so you didn't know that he was the passenger in a vehicle where the driver took off before the police officers put on their blue lights. You didn't know that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't know that that vehicle drove like a bat out of hell through school zones that I think it hit somebody and crashed the vehicle. You didn't know that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so when you saw, you just looked at the conviction that said theft by receiving motor vehicle, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware in your expertise that sometimes young men end up pleading guilty so that they can get out of jail whether they did the offense or not? Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
I have no other questions, thank you, sir.
Based upon your experience just as an officer, if someone enters a plea under first offender, that is not a conviction. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with the logistics on first offender. That sounds accurate, but I'm not 100% on that.
Okay, that's all I have.
No further questions, John?
Okay. May we release this witness?
Please.
Thank you.
Okay.
No objection.
All right, Investigator Post, thank you.
Thank you.
May be released.
You're entering this time to state rest.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and release you for the weekend. I have a matter I have to take up at 8:30 on Monday. We want to start court at 9:30. So if you can be here at 9:15, try to target 9:15 to be here, and we want to start promptly at 9:30. I want to remind you, you can't talk to anyone about this case. You can't look up any news about this case. You can't look up the incident location, social media, anything about the case. You can't talk to each other about the case until you go into the deliberation room. Have a good weekend, and I appreciate your attention today. Okay, do y'all want to take a 5-minute break before we start
Yes, ma'am.
charge conference? Okay.
Judge, we'll deal with directed verdict motions first and then charge conference?
Or do you want to do those Monday morning?
let's get the charge conference done. Let's get the charge conference done, and we'll see what time we have left for any motions. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna try not to go past 6:30, so that's my goal.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. What?
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. New paradigm.